Counselor Pietzel.
Here.
Counselor Smallwood.
Here.
Counselor Hamblin.
Here.
Counselor Lee.
Here.
Counselor Exner.
Go Bees.
Counselor Schultz.
Go Bees.
Mayor Pulliam.
Here.
And I believe we have three members of the planning commission. If you could just state your name for the record so I can get that.
Jerry Crosby.
Ron Lasowski.
Hollis McLean Wenzel.
Thank you.
All right, as a lot of you know, we always start with a quick agenda review. I'm guessing there's no conversation on the library haunt presentation. That will be tonight. Any changes to the consent agenda before we tackle that this evening? Library District Task Force update. That's just going all set. Okay. Continue, and then we have a bunch of continuation of hearings. So we have our wastewater systems facilities plan. We have our wastewater system development charges for development. And then we have our hearing on the utility rate changes for wastewater and water as well. Any questions on that one? Okay. And then we'll go into our city manager report and our committee and council reports, and it should be a pretty easy, quick meeting tonight. With that, David, yeah. You have a presentation for us this evening?
I do indeed. Hello, everybody. So in talking with Jordan and Kelly, we thought it probably made some sense to have a land use training. Some of you vets around here have probably heard this, well, more than once, I'm assuming. But the fact of the matter is we also have a number of new people as well. And so I think everybody can benefit from a refresher, and I think it's particularly helpful for folks that really haven't had a lot of exposure to this stuff. So you did have some materials that we put together, and those are fairly dense. It's a fairly dense topic at times. What I did do is have a memo that went along with it. I hope all of you have this to try to distill it a little bit. We have an hour tonight, and I want to make sure we touch on, I guess, some of the points that I think are sort of the big ones, sort of highlights. And then, of course, to the extent people want to talk about it more, we can certainly do that. Find some more time if necessary, or I just invite you to go through it, and if you have questions, maybe talk with Jordan, and we can figure out how best to answer those for you. So, and of course, you have questions tonight too. Just throw them my way. I usually don't have really any sort of. I'm used to people asking questions as I'm talking, so it's totally fine. Don't feel like you had to wait. Okay, so without further ado, why don't we just go off?
Would it be helpful if people need a copy of your 19-page report, or do you think it's okay with just 23 page report?
It's not necessary.
Okay.
That's right, because we're not up at the machines. That might not be a bad idea, Tyler, just in case.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's a good point.
He said he gets interrupted all the time.
I felt like I had permission after I heard that.
David, when do you think you get interrupted
I don't know. I spend a lot of time at night wondering. Why? Okay, so land use basics. Nothing like starting out with the basics. So one of the things that I think, if you don't know it already, is very unique about Oregon is its approach to land use. In most states, maybe there's Hawaii and Colorado to a certain extent. And there's an East Coast state as well that does some of this. But by and large, in most states in the country, the land use pretty much begins and ends at your level, at the local government level. Increasingly, there's been some movement across the country to have, the barest sort of requirements that would apply statewide, maybe to have a comprehensive plan, to do a little bit of coordination amongst counties or regions. But by and large, the Oregon approach, which has been around since the early 70s, is quite unique. So what makes it unique? Well, the main thing is that it is a real top-down approach. I mean, it's as I said before, in most cases, this process begins and ends with cities and counties, and the state doesn't get involved at all. And in Oregon, that's flipped on its head in many ways, because the state is setting all of the policy. You know, the requirement to have a comprehensive plan to begin with. The fact that that plan has to comply with goals that the state sets out. The fact that, you know, if you're a city, you have to have an urban growth boundary, and you have to grow within that boundary and move it only according to rules that are in state law. There's procedural requirements that the state imposes on you, and we'll get into some of that in a second. But and some of those can be really specific in terms of how you hold hearings, how you process certain applications. So it's a very different, unique way of going about things. A little bit of an aside and soapbox. I started out, and when I was in law school, I did a lot of work around housing policy, and that was sort of the thing that I did in college. And I was always kind of a nerd for this kind of stuff, and thought, you know, this is going to be great. You know, it sort of, you know, tickles my interest in these issues, and you know, it's really wonderful because it's something that also has a lot of public involvement, and you can really kind of have a much more people can actually understand how these things work and be very involved. And as time has gone on, I have sort of become still enthusiastic and a proponent of the Oregon system in terms of, like, well, let's grow in a smart way, right? Let's plan in a way that we, you know, have sort of an economic consideration to how we grow, environmental considerations. All those things are personally things that I find good about the system, but the absolute amazing amount of detailed sort of Byzantine approaches to certain things, and over the years those things have sort of been added on layer by layer, can get extraordinarily confusing, and I think actually at the end of the day undermine sort of what is sort of fundamental about the process, which is that people can be involved and kind of understand how it works and have sort of a voice and a role in it. You know, it's become very, very complicated, far too complicated, I think, than it for, you know, the benefits aren't there anymore in my mind. But putting that aside, so the state then, as I was saying, has the goals that it adopts. The Land Conservation and Development Commission, LCDC, is the commission. Board members are appointed by the governor, who is mainly, that commission is mainly responsible for setting policy. They establish a number of administrative rules that relate to the different goals that they adopt, and then kind of along this line of how easily and quickly complex this stuff can become. Those aren't the only sources of authority, though. The legislature will often pass laws that can modify those goals, can sometimes contradict with those goals. But you all have the luxury of then basically saying, okay, let's make sense of all this. Because what the system does do is it says, here are all these standards, here are these rules, here are these goals. Now local governments, it's up to you to go and actually implement all this stuff. You know, except for very kind of big decisions, the state doesn't actually make many decisions about land use. Those decisions are left to mostly cities and counties to make, but all of them have to be made in accordance with the policy that the state sets. So LCDC, as I mentioned, they are mostly a rule-making body, but they also do have jurisdiction over some types of decisions. For instance, the main two maybe is if a city expands its urban growth boundary by more than, I think it's 50 acres, then that decision needs to be reviewed by LCDC. And then the other thing that doesn't happen as much anymore, but was sort of one of the fundamental pieces of the system when it started, was this process called periodic review. And essentially that's a process that periodically the state will review a city's comp plan, a county's comp plan, to make sure that it's in compliance with all of these rules and laws that I'm referring to. The other main sort of state organization that you hear a lot about, and probably hear actually more about these days, especially from your perch as elected officials and as planning commissioners, is the Land Use Board of Appeals, or LUBA. And LUBA's role is essentially to review on request, if somebody appeals a decision that a local government makes. The vast majority of times that review would go to the Land Use Board of Appeals. And it's much like a, it's I guess to most people it would feel like a court. It's the role of LUBA is to basically take the decision that maybe you would make, another county would make, any local government would make, collect a record of the decision. So as we go along in this process, if you have a hearing, there will be a record full of things that people submit, minutes, testimony offered, and then often, most importantly, a final decision that would be made. LUBA looks at all that evidence, testimony. The city would put together a record, submit that to LUBA, and then LUBA would make a decision based upon that record. So the one thing that I think people sometimes wonder about when there's a LUBA appeal is, oh my gosh, am I going to have to testify? Am I going to be, having to go through depositions? None of that exists in the LUBA context. It's all based on the record that you would have considered. And that's really important because the idea is not, in theory, the idea is not for LUBA to go and pick apart your decision, but rather look at it and say, okay, well, did the city make the decision that the law required it to make? And not second guess it so much. Would the city have made a different decision had it been, had it received this evidence or that argument? Maybe. But LUBA would say, what we have before us is what the city had before it, and that's its role, is to try to see, based on that, did the city make the right decision?
So for us, an appeal to LUBA would be after an appeal to City Council. So the Planning Commission would make a decision, and that could be appealed to the City Council, and then the City Council can make a decision, and then that's the record,
Exactly.
and then that can be appealed to LUBA. And often LUBA would remand sometimes the decision back to the council.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, Jordan's right. The steps are basically that if there's an ability to appeal a decision locally, then they have to do that. And in Sandy's case, that almost always means going to the Planning Commission first, and then going to City Council, and then from there, indeed, it would go to LUBA, and LUBA generally would either say, "Yep, the city got it right," and they would affirm the decision, and this is generally, or they would say, "Well, it's not that the city can't do what it did, but it either doesn't have the right findings or it didn't consider this other policy when it had to, so we're going to send the decision back to the city for it to consider those things." That's a remand.
And what if the city decides, yeah, thanks, we want to make the same decision?
On remand, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then it's subject to appeal again.
Okay.
So someone
You
could.
go through the process all over.
Exactly. Yep. There isn't. It doesn't automatically go back to LUBA. Somebody would have to then take that decision on remand and actually appeal it.
Jan, you had a question?
Oh, yes, is LUBA like LCDC in that the governor appoints and the governor can wipe out all those positions when a new governor comes in? Or is LUBA more like judges where they have a more lengthy?
It's more like the latter.
Mhm.
board members, I think they call them now, they were referees once. They are, the governor appoints them, but they do have terms.
Mhm.
So unless there's like a, you know, a real good reason why they could be canned, they stay in for those terms. Yeah, so it's less political than LCDC. That's very
What's
true.
the average expense of going to the court? Or I guess not really a court.
Yeah, but,
Going to-
it so depends, Mayor. I would say, let me put it this way, I mean, I think it's very unusual these days that you would have a LUBA appeal, and when you say expense, mostly you're talking lawyers, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
That would be less than $15,000.
On average.
Yeah, I think that's I think that's probably the way that most here's the reason I'm hemming a little bit. It's very unlikely when you get a LUBA appeal that it's just like one or two issues. More often than not, if someone's gonna appeal it to LUBA, they throw in a lot of issues. And so it can just be extremely time consuming.
How many appeals do they see annually?
It's gone down a little bit in recent years, and it does fluctuate with the economy, of course. But I'm just looking at a screen that I look at a lot for all their. I would say 100 and some, low 110 maybe.
When was the last time a Sandy case went in front of LUBA?
Sandy High School.
I was gonna say, I think it was the high school
We're
case.
interesting though, right? Cause like in the late nineties, we had quite a bit of LUBA going on.
Mid-2000s, we had a few with
You had- yeah.
the Bluff Estates neighborhoods.
You had the
and
Sandy
that-
Bluff stuff.
That one developer.
Yeah.
One developer did.
You had the, and some of those made it up and some of them settled out. Yeah, I think the high school was the last one, which was what, 2009? Anyway,
10 years.
yeah, I mean, it's been a while. I mean, there are certain jurisdictions that have, I don't mean to get too sidetracked here, but it's an interesting question. Some places around the state have a very active group. One of our clients is the Hood River County, and they have a group of residents that is extremely active in land use matters and appeal a lot of things. And so that, is the way that community sort of works, and they end up having certainly a lot of local appeals, and just by virtue of that, a few LUBA appeals every year as well. But in other places, it's not nearly as common.
What's the time span from when it gets appealed to the city council makes a decision? What is that time period where they can apply for LUBA,
Mhm.
appeal, and then if they wait too long, they're no longer allowed
Yeah.
to? Is it 30
It's
days?
21 days.
21 days.
Yep, 21 days. The statutes that deal with LUBA appeals are meant to, relatively speaking, lead to quick resolution. So even there's a 21-day appeal period to LUBA, and then there's 21 days for the city to get the record to LUBA, and then there's 21 days to file, what the person that's appealing would file their petitioner's brief. 21 days for it. So everything is kind of built around this 21-day period until it gets to LUBA, and then they have a certain amount of time to actually write the opinion. But those deadlines are almost always pushed out for a variety of reasons. But that's the way it's supposed to work. Any other questions about LUBA? Those are good questions. Just very briefly, talking about statewide planning goals. So on page 5 of the materials, there's a list of 19 goals. And really the first 14 are the main ones because they apply everywhere, and 15 through 19 are sort of locationally dependent. But you'll notice, it's broken up into, well, you may not notice this, but it begins with sort of the procedure regarding land use in number 1, goal 1. It's not an accident, it's citizen involvement. The system was sort of premised, as I was saying, on, let's make this open and transparent. The idea of the sort of back room, let's, do this on this person's property, as sort of maybe cliche as that sounds, that really was something that the folks in the early 70s thought they didn't want to see happen here. You get a lot of the early goals dealing with natural resources. And then the ones that really affect cities mostly are goals 9, 10, it really goes 9 through 14. Those are the ones that are really dealing more with urban areas. And the earlier ones are really more what counties address. Not exclusively, but that's basically it. Okay, and so then let's go on to, I guess we're technically still on page 5, but we're really going to get into page 6, types of land use decisions. So there are two main types of decisions. There is a quasi-judicial land use decision, and then there are legislative land use decisions. A lot of the stuff that you hear us talk about, which we'll talk about more tonight, this idea of ex parte contacts, having bias, giving notice, having hearings, is really more applicable in this in a quasi-judicial setting. In a legislative setting, those rules aren't as strict, I'll say. And what are the differences between those two things? Okay, so if it's a quasi-judicial decision, if that's what you're going to be making, will result in a quasi-judicial decision. There are a few aspects of that we look at and say, okay, that's how we know that's what that is. Okay, and there was a case from 1979 that addressed this. It went all the way to the Supreme Court of Oregon, and they sort of said, well, there's 3 factors here that we look at to determine whether something is quasi-judicial and therefore has all these other requirements to go along with it, or if it's legislative and it doesn't have as many. The first thing is that what you're deciding, what you're looking at, you have to make a decision on it. You don't get a choice as to say, you know what, we're just not going to make a decision here. I suppose theoretically you always have that choice, but the law says you've got to make a decision within a certain amount of time. If you don't make the decision, you're subject to some sort of penalty or an appeal. So that's number one. Do we have to do something here? And if you think about that, like in the context of drafting code language, amending your code, usually, sometimes you have to, but more often than not, it's not a requirement. You're choosing to. And you could just say, you know what, we're just going to wait on this. We aren't going to do that right now. The second aspect is that you are taking facts, testimony, like an application for something, and you're saying, okay, does that thing that they're applying for and what they're saying they've done, does it meet these criteria that we have? You're basically taking and applying code criteria. In a legislative context, you're drafting new code. You're really not doing that so much. You're sort of drafting the stuff that you'll apply in the future in a quasi-judicial setting. And then the final thing is this idea that it's dealing with relatively kind of narrow facts or a small amount of people. And so what that usually means is, an application for a new building, an application for design review, an application for a subdivision. All of those are examples of where you're it's a sort of a limited amount of facts and not addressing the wide swath of people. So the more you can say you have that, and usually this is like self-evident. I mean, there aren't really like questions, but sometimes it comes up where you're not really sure what you've got. But if you have a quasi-judicial decision, then that's where all these standards of what basically amount to due process standards, a right to a hearing, a right to submit evidence, and then this one is, I think, the critical distinction, the right to an impartial hearing body. So we'll go in a second and kind of talk about sort of the 3 main pieces of what it means to be an impartial decision maker. The other thing too is that in a quasi-judicial setting, you will end up with a decision, an actual written decision that's signed, and there will be findings that are associated with that. So one of the things that LUBA can often remand a decision on is when they say, there's inadequate findings here. We don't understand how the city basically found that this criteria was not met. They haven't really kind of led us from point A to point B well enough. That's a very common reason that they might remand something. And then another thing too to be aware of, and this comes up a decent amount, is that when you're dealing with a quasi-judicial decision, we have to be able to point to something either mostly in your code, but potentially in state law somewhere, that serves as the basis for either to say yay or nay. Many times people think, and rightly so, wow, this just doesn't seem right. Like we think we should be able to deny whatever this is because, it'll have a negative impact on the neighborhood. And it might be absolutely true. But unless you can point to something in your code that you can kind of hang your hat on and say this is what you're not meeting, you can't deny it on that basis. That also comes up sometimes with conditions of approval. So if you're going through a hearing and you have an application in front of you, you may have a reason to say, well, it almost meets this criteria, and if we had a condition, then we'd be sure that it meets that. A simple example might be there's a parking standard in a zone, right? And they have listed too few parking spaces. And this is a very sort of boring, simple example, but you could always say, instead of, well, sorry, we're just going to deny your application, have a condition that would say, show us 5 more parking spaces and put that into a revised plan. That would be a way to deal with that.
Do we ever get any time when there is no real code specifying a certain thing? Use your parking example, in that the public says that we just don't like this. We're going to appeal it, but we don't have any code that shows that number of parking spaces is bad. But because we know, that's what the citizens might say, that there is a very negative thing that would happen. Can't find this park.
Yeah.
How would they go about appealing something like that? There's no code that says this is what we require of you, but the citizens come to you and say, come to us, I guess, and say, we know that it's going to be a bad thing.
Right.
We believe it's going to be a bad thing.
Right.
Can they appeal on something like that, or is it just
They,
going to be?
yes, they can appeal. They certainly can appeal. Then the tougher question for all of you is do you have a way to sort of say, we recognize that too, and so we will, either deny something or not allow something to happen.
The key for us is, do we have the code to point to?
That's right.
Otherwise,
That's
it
right.
can be appealed.
That's right. So maybe Carl, if your question is how successful would that appeal be? Like if they went ahead and anyway said, oh, you know what, we just can't imagine this is going to be happening, we're going to appeal it. They have the same burden. LUBA would look at it and say, well, what's the code standard that's not being met here? I mean, the question for LUBA wouldn't be, gosh, yeah, that does seem awful. We agree, like that's going to be a mess out there. But rather, where's the code standard that would allow you to deny it or condition it as a result of that mess?
Yeah, the thing I can think of is sometimes people just don't want it to happen. There's no rationale for saying, here's why we think it's going to happen. We just don't like the change. We don't like to see you do it.
Our realtor said that it was never going to be developed.
Are you doing something about? I always thought that lawyers were
I love it.
be negative too.
You get appeals from both sides, right? I mean, you can
We've
get
been
appeals
hearing
based
this
on
on a lot
people
of
that,
acts in our-
the anti-development, but then the developer
Yeah.
can appeal your decision if it, if you reverse the other decision.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Right.
you're a pinball. Yeah. No, I mean, I think honestly, It is, it's very much driven by, I mean, so, in most cases, you know, if someone's getting very specific about a certain thing, right? Then we need to look for something that's pretty specific in our code. There are gonna be times where you have standards that are, you know, very subjective standards that are sort of these, you know, it's, you know, fits, you know, within the existing, you know, pattern of the neighborhood and will blend harmoniously, or, you know, something like that. That, you know, allows you to have more flexibility in terms of saying, hey, has that been met or not? You know, the Planning Commission dealt with this a few times really in the past few months with respect to the Sandy style.
Right.
You know, and the applicability of the Sandy style. And that was one of the things that people struggled with back when that was drafted, was trying to, you know, come up with something that was, that really made it clear for people. You know, that was felt, I think, I don't know, you tell me if I'm wrong, but the consensus was if we're gonna do something and have these standards, then let's make it, you know, as clear as we can. And that's why you've got these really technical, you know, detailed standards, as opposed to, you know, having some standards that would then allow on a case-by-case basis, you know, the Planning Commission and the City Council to say, well, you know, we don't think the spirit of this is met. But, so there are times if you have a standard like that, that is more sort of flexible and subjective, that you might very well be able to say, you know, this problem that people are identifying, we don't think it meets this subjective standard. We're gonna either deny it or put a condition on it for that reason.
Can't that be appealed on the other side of it because it is subjective?
Well, it depends, yeah, it can. It really depends on the context of the decision. Where you get into real problems with subjective criteria are for applications for housing. That's basically a no-no. And otherwise, you know, if you're talking about commercial development, industrial development, what have you, and that's why you know, the Sandy style basically, I won't say works. I mean, that's like a judgment. It's legal. That's why the Sandy style is ultimately legal, is because most of it applies to commercial and industrial development.
Why is there the difference, subjectivity between commercial and resident? You said you can't do that on residential.
Yeah.
What's the?
The state law. That just says basically that when it comes to applications for housing, that the standards that you apply have to be clear and objective. And the policy behind that is basically to, well, I suppose there's a number, but I think at its core, it's right or wrong, whether it makes a difference or not, that if it's more subjective, you can lead to more denials, which leads to increased costs of housing. So, any other questions on that? I know I'm sort of blazing through this. Okay, so let's get to the part that deals with this impartial decision maker. So I'm on page 8, and it gets into ex parte contacts, conflicts of interest, and bias. So, so the first thing I want to say is that I think it's easier actually to talk about what a conflict of interest is first, because these terms I think can sound, especially bias and conflict of interest, you know, sound a lot alike, but they're actually different. A conflict of interest is pretty narrow, because it only has to do with money. It only has to do with whether a decision that you're going to make either will or could financially affect you.
Or your family.
Or your family, or a business partner,
Or extended
Or
family.
anyone in your house.
or anybody you live with. That's right. Yep.
I've had to fill that form out for 14 years.
Yeah.
Jerry beats me though.
So, because you might have a strong opinion about something, doesn't mean you have a conflict of interest. There's nothing, that might be bias,
You may be conflicted, it's not a conflict.
but you don't have a conflict of interest, right? And so the conflict of interest standard, it's actually two. There's two technical conflicts of interest. There's a potential conflict of interest and there's an actual conflict of interest. And the potential conflict is when the decision you make may have a financial effect on you. And it's not just a benefit, it can also be a financial loss. And if it may, then you can still participate in the decision. You can still make the decision. But you have to say, hey, in the public setting, I have a potential conflict of interest here. Here's what it is, describe what it is. And at that point, assuming you still want to, you're free legally to go ahead and make the decision. If the decision, however, will affect you personally, not maybe it will, but it will, or your family or your business, that's actually more likely in the local government context, that you might have somehow a business connection with the decision you might be making. Then you also have to declare that. You have to put that on the record and say, I have an actual conflict here. My decision I'm going to make will have a financial effect on me. Here's why. But distinction there is that you can't participate. You have to actually, we suggest you literally go join the audience, right? And don't participate in the deliberation, all that. And so that is, the state can fine folks depending on the nature of the conflict of interest. I mean, there are some that are obviously much more egregious than others. In recent years, the state's been more, the Oregon Government Ethics Commission is who oversees this particular issue, conflicts of interest. They have been more accepting of some of the complexities of these questions, and I think I would say rarely, unless again it's a pretty egregious issue, are they fining people. Most often it's a letter of reprimand or a letter of education, and that's typically how it plays out. But there's there's an investigation. It's months long. It can be very stressful. So the key is, if you find yourself ready to make a decision, you think, wait a minute, is this going to somehow affect my pocketbook or my spouse's or somebody I live with, or a business I'm involved in? Take a second. Ideally, this is a decision you can kind of see in advance. Maybe it's on your agenda next week or something like that. Call Jordan. Jordan can talk with us. We can give you some advice about whether we think it is or it isn't.
Do you have examples of what a potential conflict of interest looks like versus an actual?
Yeah.
I got
real world
two.
example.
Okay.
I'm
Shoot.
gonna pick on Carl. Can I pick on you for a second?
Sure, I'm actually gonna use me.
Okay, so there's a developer bringing forward an application, planning commission moves it forward with some changes. They wanna appeal those, they bring it to city council. Now, potential or possible conflict of interest, they may need an agent to sell the properties. And Carl may be that agent.
Maybe.
A actual is Carl's working with the developer. He's gonna be the agent selling every one of the homes.
Mm-hmm.
And so he has a possible versus actual.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep. That's great.
I charge less too.
I've often wondered too, is there are times when I know it's gonna affect me in the future, but it affects me no differently than the rest of the realtors in the area that are doing that. So if I make a decision to increase STCs or something of that sort, where you know that's gonna increase or decrease the values of the property, I've often wondered what's that line that I need to say, well, that's it, I am gonna be affected by this one.
Mm-hmm.
I need to
Yeah.
excuse myself.
So there are things like turning to the example of basically, well, I might be the realtor that can sell these lots. There are, as you say, many other realtors out there. Facts can be important in that discussion. So, I would say if that developer had contacted you, reached out to you and said, hey, Carl, we're doing this, and would you be interested in potentially, helping me out selling these lots? That certainly is the time where you would say, I have a potential conflict of interest here. Haven't been hired yet, nothing, but, you know, there's a reasonable expectation that you may get that work. At some point, they call it a class exemption. You know, you as the realtor would be not unlike, you know, many other realtors out there. And, you know, there's nothing that really kind of ties that back to you in any special way that you would say, you know, like this conversation I described maybe. If it's just more, you know, there is a theoretical potential that I might be the person who would help this person sell lots, I'm not even sure that's really an actual potential conflict of interest. Because I think this class exemption probably applies. You're just one of others that are in the same spot and would have no reason to think that, I mean, yes, theoretically
Unless
you
you're
may.
having conversations already.
If you
about
already are,
potentially,
exactly.
you know.
If you already are, it's different. But if you haven't even talked to the person and it's more just, you know, I could because I'm a realtor and they're going to need somebody to sell lots. That's, I think, different.
So how about John, who's you?
Yeah.
John's about to buy a house, and he knows that the decisions that are being made on council could very well increase STCs, increase the price of that property by $10,000, whatever. Would that be a conflict of interest? And maybe not so much a specific house, but just all the houses within Sandy. We're gonna go through, reevaluate STCs. We know they're gonna be increasing, that means increasing prices. Is that a conflict?
So he's in the market to buy a house.
Right.
Okay. And he knows that that price of that house may be affected by virtue of him voting on, you know, raise or lower SDCs or something.
The real one would be, he's got that house, picked that already, and that's, SDCs are gonna be associated with that house. That probably is a conflict, right?
Yes, they-
He hadn't paid for it yet, he's about to
Yeah.
buy, okay, put an offer on it.
Go ahead.
Well,
I think it's-
I was gonna say probably that it's at most a potential conflict of interest. It's the issue is again that, you know, what the decision that John would be making in that case is gonna affect every other house buyer in the same way. You know, it isn't really, it's a close call. I mean, these are the things, facts are so important, right? You know, what is he doing at that moment? How close is he? Is there really something that would, you know, he would know for sure that the decision he was gonna make would have an effect on the price of the house?
Let's use an example. I want to open up a movie theater or a new high school. Because we know the SDCs on that are ridiculously high. And so now if I'm making a decision on decreasing the SDCs to open up my own high school or movie theater, I probably have a pretty good actual conflict.
I would
of
say you have a
interest.
potential.
Potential still?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Put an example of class B, I was thinking back, when we had the high school, knowing that if we approved this, and none of us thought it, none of us claimed potential conflict of interest, but we all knew if this thing passes, our taxes are going
Yep,
up.
that's
And
another.
That is an example of, not just for us.
It's everybody else as
Everybody
well.
in the whole city.
Exactly.
And so that kind of lessens the blow on.
Yep. Yeah, why I don't spend a lot of, I mean, and you're absolutely right, why I tend not to spend time on getting into the class exemptions in these discussions is because my goal is to try to flag you to think, is there an issue there? And then ask questions of Jordan, you know, so you're not making the assumption immediately like, I think that's a class exemption, you know, when it might not be, and then potentially you've got a conflict and but you're right, I mean, a lot of times the decisions that you'd be making, particularly at the council level when you're talking about policy, you know, whether to impose a new fee, those are almost always gonna be subject to class exemption.
What about comes up different times when you know somebody very well, and so you go through it and wanna say, I know Jerry really well, on it, I think I can be impartial.
That's
Okay.
we'll get into that, yep.
Okay, you're gonna get into
Yeah,
that.
I think it was a good way to go to it. So that's bias, right? That is dealing with basically where you feel either because of your you know, relationship with somebody, or because you have such strong feelings about something that you can't be impartial when it comes to making a decision.
What I was gonna say is that I let's say, and then my example is going to be, I feel like I can be impartial, but for the integrity of the council, the commission, I'm gonna recuse myself because the perception
Sure.
within the community would be that I really can't be impartial.
Yeah, you're always free to do that. The caution is basically that, sometimes you gotta make those kind of difficult decisions. And so there's probably gonna be times where everybody has that same sort of feeling about, oh man, this is gonna be hard to make this decision. Where it wouldn't be really a problem with bias, because ultimately bias comes down to, this isn't the only thing, but the first thing has to be that you can say to yourself, and if necessary for the record, that, yes, I have been involved in this group that is, takes part in appealing a lot of land use decisions. And so I have a very strong opinion about land use policy. However, I can come up here as, in my role as, a planning commissioner or city councilor, and recognize that what I have to do tonight is just say, does the, application meet our criteria, yes or no? And if you say, yeah, I feel I can do that, someone else has the right to challenge you.
I was gonna say.
So someone else can come and say, here's why I don't think you can do that, and they can trot out examples perhaps of things you've said in the past, and then we'd have a sort of a discussion about that. Theoretically, the council or the planning commission could decide, you know what, we're gonna have you step down for the integrity of the process, as you say. But most often, if it's a matter of just sort of like, well, I know John real well, or I know Jane really well, she's a good friend. Those are all legitimate reasons to feel like I'd rather not have
But
to
I
make
think
this
I can
decision.
be impartial.
But as long as there's nothing that would suggest you can't be impartial about that, then you're usually fine.
What if you have, if you're a consultant and you have clients, can your clients put you in a biased position the same way as a friend?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. And then you also got to think about whether you have a conflict of interest in that case, right? If you have an active client and a decision you might make, may very well lead to more business from that client, that's a kind of situation where I would say you might want to err on the side of saying you have a potential conflict of interest. I mean, it really depends, but so those are sort of two issues there. There could be a financial piece, but then also, are you able to just be, objective about what you're being asked to do?
But I think in either one, you should declare the bias or the conflict.
It's always, as uncomfortable as it can be, it's always best to do that from a, defensibility of the decision. Yep.
So I know in the past when I was on planning as well as on some of the city council things, if there's a if you've got a notice, if you're in the notice area, I know we always do, it's just like I was in the notice area and just got up and sat in the audience. Whether we needed to or not, the 200-foot notice
Yeah,
right
no,
across the street
yeah.
from your house, the development going on.
Yeah, so that's another one. I'm trying to remember back to that. I know there were times where people mentioned it.
I've done it, I mean, I know other city planning commissioners at the time had done it.
Maybe it was one of these
City
issues where
councilors.
there was just a feeling of like, this doesn't feel right. But usually, again, unless it's something that would really point to, because
We
I'm.
all volunteered to give, the city audience.
Right.
No one asked us to.
Okay. Yeah, normally though, legally, again, unless you've got something that, as a result of that, because of that.
It could change the value of your house by the development across the street and what they did.
Yeah, again, but potentially and also
Potentially.
Could
not,
lower it too.
right?
That's what I mean, it could lower it so that.
Yeah. Normally, just by being in the notice area doesn't mean you can't participate. Usually you can, unless you can't make an objective decision or there's something unique about it that you might actually be running into conflicts of interest. Okay, so we should get into ex parte context, because that's one that is important. So, just like conflicts of interest and just like bias, these are things that you want to disclose for the record, quasi-judicial matter. in a legislative matter, you should think about conflicts of interest as well. But the other big thing for quasi-judicial decisions is ex parte contact. So think of it this way. In quasi-judicial, a quasi-judge, you're acting as a judge, and we think of judges and hope that they're impartial decision makers. Making a legislative decision, you're acting like a legislator, you know, and legislators and lobbyists talk all the time, no problem with that. That's the way the system works, right? So an ex parte contact is something that it's basically information that you're getting. Doesn't have to be a discussion, can be reading a newspaper article, can certainly be the, you know, Nextdoor or Facebook stuff. Related to an application or some sort of development proposal that is either, you know, sitting, you know it's coming to you, or there's at least a, you know, pretty darn good chance, even a slight chance in my mind, that it could be appealed to you, right? Those are the things that you need to kind of keep in mind. Ideally, you sort of avoid those contacts as best you can, because once you've had them, you haven't done anything illegal. You're still a very fine person, but you need to disclose it for the record. It has to be disclosed, because if it's not, and well, if it's not, then that can be one of those bases for LUBA to say, we're going to remand this back, because again, it gets back to that issue of providing not just the applicant, but members of the public, everybody, this impartial decision maker. And if you've had conversations outside of the hearing, or have read a lot of opinions, or you know, other gone out on site and, you know, walked around and gotten a lot of information just by virtue of doing that kind of site visit, that can all be information that's in your head that affects the decision you make, but it wasn't information that was presented to you while you're sitting there as a judge. And so, again, it's okay to have that, but the key thing is making sure that you're disclosing it for the record.
When does that start? And I mean that meaning, you know, a lot of us as elected officials, we're out in the community constantly having conversations, taking meetings. So when does that ex parte kind of clock begin?
Yeah, it certainly begins once an application is filed.
Right.
There's no question about that.
You don't know when they're filed, is it?
That's true too.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right. I mean,
It's
you know,
incomplete for 6 months.
you're not going to have. Well, no, but it's the filing. I mean, even if it's incomplete.
That's what I
it's-
mean. It could be filed a year, but it's not complete yet.
Right. But even that's not the only test, and this is where that's black and white. But there's gray, and so, you know, if there had been, you know, clear sort of movement around doing something, you know, you need to be aware of this, right? But you were aware, you know, that there was maybe a real estate deal going through, because the intent was that ultimately, you know, they got the financing together, and then they were going to put in this application to develop this piece of property. Very specific set of facts, I realize, but if that were the set of facts, then I think your duty begins at that point. Because you could basically, someone could say to you, well, it was, you know, reasonably certain that this was going to be leading to development that you ultimately may be asked to weigh in on. But you know, the clearest thing to keep yourself sane is to basically say, you know, is it common knowledge? Do I know that, you know, this person has actually, or this development is actually in process? They've applied for it, and the wheels are in motion, and then theoretically that is something that could come before me.
So like when Gresham was doing their silly little like bring Trader Joe's to Gresham thing, right? And they had Mayor Bemis out there, different counselors, members of the chamber, business owners, and they're all like, Trader Joe's, Gresham loves you, come here. So let's say they actually came to Gresham now, right? And now there's an actual land use application, they're going through all those kinds of permitting and requirements. Would, you know, now you've got members of planning, counselors that are all holding these, we love Trader Joe's, come here, do business here, where does that?
Yeah, so I think these are really, there's not easy answers to this. I think if it's a matter of wooing somebody to come to town, and then sort of putting the lure out there, and then they bite. I think it's at that biting point. So I don't know exactly what was happening in the Gresham case, but if you had essentially a push, and this happens a lot in communities, right? Amongst elected officials, amongst senior staff, to get a particular company or a segment of industry to come to your town. I don't think, if ultimately there is an application filed for a Trader Joe's, you would need to go back and say, oh yeah, by the way, 2 years ago I was out really lobbying Trader Joe's folks to come to Sandy.
Right.
Because that at that point was, you were just fishing, and that's okay. That's what you do. But I think the obligation to start talking about maybe ex parte contacts is when Trader Joe's said, yeah, we are actually going to be, reasonably seriously interested in this.
In submitting that form.
Well, submitting the application, no question, but I think it could even be before that, like maybe, talking with city leadership, and city officials about, are there financing things, reductions in SDCs. The more sort of concrete that thing becomes, in my mind, the more the antennae kind of go up. And
So like a more real example for us is like you have a developer that has a property and they're reaching out to city councilors about an idea they have on what they want to do with that property.
Mhm.
And there hasn't been a pre-app, there hasn't been an application submitted, but they're saying, I want to do this, what do you think about that?
Yeah.
Does that need to be disclosed at some stage? Is that, because they're trying to get the temperature of, is the
Yeah.
city interested in this kind of development, and would you support this? What
Yeah.
do you think?
I have a practical answer, which is if you had a couple of those conversations, one or two, just disclose them, just because it's easy, it's simple, right? But I still don't think necessarily that you'd be legally required to, unless and until that developer took sort of objective steps to actually start prepping for, a development. And I know that's an unsatisfying answer because that could take a lot of different forms, but if they start sort of advertising, or start promoting something, even though they haven't applied for it yet, we're going to be putting in there was some times around town in recent years, where there'd been talk of a brewery coming. I think it was a brewery out of Salem or something like that. They had done a lot of sort of word of mouth hype. There was talk about potential, SDC and other fee, reduction issues. I don't think it would have taken just a land use application for the discussions that might have been going on at that point to say, yeah, this was an ex parte contact. That had sort of.
We have to keep the door open.
We have to keep the door open.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, we
Oh.
just asked them to keep it down.
So, that seems to be a level of interest that's above and beyond just sort of, hey, we'd like you to come. Yeah, seems like a nice town. Maybe we'll think about it. Hey, can you give me some feedback on this for this piece of property? But rather, oh, okay, now, we're sort of announcing or telegraphing that we're really interested. We're talking to staff about potential ways to make it pencil. To the extent an official recognizes that and knows that, I think at that point is when, discussions start to turn more towards ex parte content.
Okay. But discussions with staff are not.
Never.
Right. Even if that information is information that maybe staff has
Well,
received
there
from-
are cases out there where staff serving as this conduit. I mean, I think by and large, the best answer I can give you is if it's just communications between you and officials, and you're not basically making it obvious or clear that, well, I'm just passing on something from yada yada, the applicant. But rather just giving, your take on things, even if it happens to be the applicant's take, I don't think that's a ex parte contact.
A lot of us are going after county, for example, to get certain kinds of monies directed towards Sandy, and then I could see us making decisions on that as a land use thing down the road. Is that the same kind of business?
If it's funding, like for road funding or for
Trails.
trails, yeah.
Trail
Low
funding.
income housing.
And the county's gonna be the applicant?
Well, in my case, there's a committee in the county that's gonna be talking about monies that we're gonna be distributing for pedestrian and bike kinds of trails. I'm planning on going to that committee and asking them to think about, consider Sandy, we've got these potential projects that we almost got shovel ready. Comes and shows up at Sandy, I'm gonna vote for it when it comes to council.
But it's not a development proposal though, it's just basically a funding.
Right, but they're gonna be building trails, they're probably gonna be proposing a plan to build those trails. Maybe through people's houses, land.
I think it's kind of the same thing where it depend upon where, when you were having that first discussion, was it just sort of, hey, the county saying, we've got grants to give, we've got money to give us a pitch. At that point, no, I don't think that's an ex parte contact. If then it goes to the county saying, all right, well, Sandy, you're gonna be getting some of this money because we're gonna be filing an application or plan to develop this and it's gonna have these trails. At that point, yes, I think.
We're kind of up on the time here. We good with?
Yeah, it's a 23-page report, so.
I know.
But if you have follow-up questions, I'm happy to, further those.
Do you want to do serial communications in 30 seconds?
Yes, serial communications in 30 seconds. So this is a really a public meetings issue as much as anything else. Even if you have less than a quorum of people together and you're in private, okay, you can still violate the public meetings law in this way. Let's say 3 of you, right? Perfect. Get together and they want to talk about, code policy, right? Perfectly legitimate. They can do that. It's less than a quorum. They aren't violating any public meetings law. They can do that and talk to their heart's content.
Until Carl talks some more.
That's right.
Then I'm in.
Then now you've had a quorum potentially meet because by virtue of bringing one other person in, even though it's not all happening at the same time. There's a Supreme Court case that found that. So.
Eventually, you can only believe half of what Carl said.
That's right.
All right, thanks everybody. Appreciate it. Question.
Yeah.
Next part of other conflicts.
You good ones.
Join me in the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, well, welcome everybody. I always start off with a review of this evening's agenda. Tonight might be a little confusing on public comment, so please bear with me and I'll try to be clear on it. So first, we'll start with a roll call. We'll go to any changes to the agenda. We'll have a presentation on the library haunt that's coming to Sandy for this Halloween season. We'll move to the consent agenda. And here I've already screwed up what I was going to talk about. So, prior to the library haunt presentation, there will be a moment for public comment. If you are here to discuss items facing the council, that will be your time. I will ask you to say your name and your address at that moment, and I'll provide 5 minutes for speaking. That said, there's a series of hearings tonight that a lot of you may be here to offer public comment on, and I would ask that you wait for those individual hearing moments to provide your comment. Those hearings are wastewater, the first one will be under old business, continuation of the hearing on wastewater system facilities. That will be for our overall wastewater facilities plan. So if you've reviewed the plan and you have suggestions on the plan, that is where you will speak. If you are here to speak on wastewater SDCs, which would be most likely for commercial developments, that's the moment in which you will speak. If you're here on the continuation of our hearing on the utility rate changes for water and wastewater for residential, that item 11.2 will be your opportunity then for public comment. From there, we'll go on to the report from the city manager and the committee and council reports. With that, Tyler, will you please call the roll?
Counselor Pietzel.
Here.
Counselor Smallwood.
Here.
Counselor Hamlin.
Present.
Counselor Lee.
Here.
Counselor Exner.
Here.
Counselor Schultz.
Here.
And Mayor Polio.
Here. Any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, we'll see how confusing I was with the first public comment. Remember, this is for public comments for items that are not pretty much dealing with our wastewater items that will be later on the agenda today. Please state your name, address for the record.
Jerry Crosby, 37390 DeBarco Road in Sandy. You're probably surprised to see me here. I know in our meetings we usually don't get comments here. But soon you're going to be, I'll read in the interest of time, soon you'll be receiving some proposed code changes that would allow for mixed use in a C2 zone. Specifically residential uses within a commercial zone. And I know I could speak at that public hearing because it will be coming to you as that. I didn't know when that was or if I'd be in town. I was already here tonight for a meeting, so thus I'm here. And I'm not here as an official spokesperson for the Planning Commission. They didn't put me up to this, but I am speaking from the perspective of a planning commissioner, _ planning. But I can, however, speak on behalf of the Planning Commission on this, and that is that we are in favor of allowing mixed uses in this zone. You'll see that in the minutes that come to you. While we did forward to you our recommendation for a change in the code, it didn't get us to where we and quite possibly you really want to be. Allowing mixed use in C2 commercial is a big deal. We're talking about some very large chunks of land within the city. It's a great idea. You can picture, residential over commercial buildings and things like that. But if it isn't planned carefully, it could result in negative and unintended consequences. A large portion of the C2 zone could effectively become a residential zone with very little commercial. The code for these changes must be written carefully. And as you know, writing good code takes time. It's a lengthy process. We understand that staff has received some requests for this change from developers, and that is probably what triggered the proposed changes that came before us and will be coming to you. But here's the rub.
if you want to have the final code for mixed use in C2 completed more sooner than later, staff will have to be resourced in some creative ways. They are already taxed with a formidable workload. As you know, new development applications have risen considerably in the past year or more. Staff is doing an excellent job keeping their heads above water with the multiple hats that they each wear. But to rush into significant code changes would be both unwise and not reflective of good planning principles. We, the staff and the Planning Commission, might not be able to begin addressing any significant changes that will get us where we want to be until after the first of the year. And then it will be starting in a work session mode. The final code could be months away. We're okay with that pace if you are. But if it's a priority, we don't want to rush into something we will regret. So my advice is to make haste slowly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jay.
Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to a presentation on the library haunt. Hello.
Thank you for having us here this evening. I'm Rebecca Robinowitz. I'm the teen librarian for the city of Sandy, which means that I work with youth in grades 6 through 12 or ages 11 to 18. So today we're here to talk to you about something really excellent and brand new. Is this huge haunted house called A New Chapter. It's in partnership with Creatures of the Night. Here is David D. Jones from Creatures, as well as Heidi McLaren.
Sweet. I'll just
Cool.
say that.
It was a trick. Okay, so just a little bit of backstory about me and working with teens and haunted library at the library. So it's really important for me to have dedicated programs for youth that help prepare them for college, careers, and life by managing big programs and services that help teens build the knowledge and skills they need to be productive in the 21st century. One of those things is youth-led community projects. So not only they're doing community service, but also service learning in the process, which then gives them volunteer hours, which then also can help them get school credit. Library programs also give out the opportunity for youth to be creative and expressive through art and imaginative activities and storytelling. So from that, we provide programs such as the Teen Library Advisory Board. That's where teens come to me with their unique interests and needs and how can we better serve them. And that's where they also have the opportunity to suggest programs. And it was 4 years ago, that the Teen Library Advisory Board started Haunted Library and started with a small group of teens wanting to do something for the other teens in the community. So it's teens supporting teens. So over the last 4 years, we've had over 1,042 visitors in the first 4 years. And so since we can't fit that many people in the library, we've had to expand our space, and that's how we ended up working with Creatures of the Night and then also constructing an entire haunt in the Sandy Community Campus. So some of the benefits of partnering with Creatures of the Night is that we are going to not only partner with local businesses and getting them involved and them supporting the youth in the community, but it's also giving an opportunity for us to raise money for youth programs at the library. And then I'll
Hello, my name is David Jones, David D. Jones, because it's very common. We're Creatures of the Night. We're a bunch of volunteers. We started doing this in 2013 for the city of West Lynn through their Parks and Rec department, where we raised money for them. We started doing this as a goof. We grabbed some home haunters, those silly people who do tombstones, and said, you wanna try something? We found out city of West Lynn actually had one. So we entered a scene, and we turns out we did it really, really well. We accidentally created an urban legend that children still tell of who Mary is, of Mary S. Young Park. She's beneficent, she's good, she's a nice person. We discovered that we had something kind of special. We discovered the next year that children dressed as our characters to walk around on Halloween. Wow. We discovered that A therapist confronted us, and one of our volunteers saw them, and the therapist had spoken to the child and said, I know your history, I can't figure out why you're out there. And the child told that therapist 2 sentences, and those 2 sentences are the reason we don't get to stop doing this now. And they were, 1, you don't understand. That's the one night I'm safe. When I'm working on the haunted trail, more so than anywhere else, I'm safe. That is core to Creatures Values. You can read it, none of those are lip service. Storytelling, community engagement and inclusion, education, mentorship, none of those are hyperbole. We live and breathe these values, and we are always protecting the inner child, whether it be in a small body or an adult who went through something that they still haven't let go. Our entire haunt and our process is based on a therapeutic milieu. It is entirely based on making sure that people will have what's called implicit evidence of adaptability, survivability after the haunt. 45 days after you go through our haunt, on average, you will maintain higher endorphin levels, lower cortisol levels. People actually used good haunts as a form of therapy. And that's what a haunt is. It's always a retelling of Jung's monomyth, or if you remember the story of Orpheus. We're taking people into something where they're having to confront things they weren't ready for. They survive, they come out, they're happier. And most importantly, and we invite all of you to come before we open to the haunt and do a walkthrough, see what we're doing. We're no blood, no gore. We are specially doing from 7 to 8, every performance night is Haunt Junior, because we saw so many little children. So every first hour of the show, lights will be up, monsters will be friendly. Think Scooby-Doo on screen. After that, you've paid for me to get in your head, and I'm good. I come from a neuropsych background. I taught on the south side of Chicago in Hyde Park. I can get in your head. And we'll do that. But we worked with the city. Our main aspects of always protecting. Oh, the second sentence that child said, it's the one night I'm safe. The second was, it's the one night I change my entire community for the better. Because when you come through the haunt, and this is unlike any haunt you've ever been through, it's nothing like anything you've seen in Oregon. We work really hard at that. The sound of a haunt is laughter, and it always is. It is the sound of 2 people going through the haunt, and they're laughing to tell each other that they're safe. The sound of a haunt is always laughter. We are always supporting the inner child. We are making sure that communities, people who would normally never interact in businesses, etc., are coming together, and they're surviving together, and they're laughing together. We also are working to support businesses. We want to make wherever we're haunting an endpoint destination. This is where people should come to spend money. This should be a tourism destination. This should be something that local businesses who are open, where if people come in, they need to eat, they need gasoline, they may need lodging. When we worked with the city of West Lynn, one of our grants through Clackamas County was based entirely that we could show evidence that people traveled greater than 60 miles to attend this small walk through a forest. And we did. And it was amazing. Is there any questions we can answer?
I'm really excited about this. This is something that really I look forward to seeing and watching, and I'll take you up on your...
Oh, me too, man.
Take you up on your offer to look at it a little bit earlier. I actually walked through it last week,
Okay.
and I had, first thing off I saw was, wow, there's a lot of stuff there. It's huge. It really covers that entire area. When one of your creature values here is I don't see safety. When I walk through it and I realize that it's not at all finished, are we taking into effect things like what happens if we get people that want to, I don't know what you call it, run, get scared, fire might happen? What happens if, I don't know, if something occurs that people would go through walls and such? Have you looked and thought about that kind of?
Yes. In fact, safety is, you will find on anything that when every conversation we begin with all of our volunteers, everything begins and ends with safety. All of our stories are designed that fashion. Everything. We have an architect who designs the building. They are meant to take force. We are always protecting the children, the adults, including our own children, because my daughters are volunteering on this, and they have been since they were this high. We have some of the most stringent safety protocols of any haunt in the state, and in all honesty, the majority of the nation. Since 2013, we haven't had a single on-site injury, and I can't find a haunt that can say that. We work really hard. Could you stand up for 1 second? This is the interactive.
I'm excited to see where this is going.
Let's see where it goes.
All of our actors and volunteers, if you wanna come work on our haunt, you have to go through a safety training, and it's not a video. You have to go through, and we will go through real life things. We're gonna talk about what's happening in the amygdala, what's happening in the cortices. We are gonna get into this way more geeky than any of you care about. So, if you could extend your arm out like this, thank you. Ooh, he cheated to the audience. This is theater training. That's as close as any of our actors can get. If you hold up, thank you very much. If you have, so during Haunt Junior, it's even more so. If somebody's holding up what we call the creature candle, it's a magic amulet. If you hold that up, you're saying, I'm past capacity, I need this to go down. We write 3 haunts. For one space, we have 3 different stories. If you're holding up a creature candle, everything switches to spooky and magical. Every actor, every monster, steps backwards and hides their face, and they cower. The child is always in control. It's also how we keep people to engage in more safe behaviors as customers and clients walking through. We are always maintaining safety on a level. Please come through. And if you see something we missed, I'm ecstatic. 'Cause we
Might add,
never
all the fire extinguishers are there now. The fire exits are marked and lit, and we're ready for the fire
Okay.
marshal to come through.
What's
There's
it-
safety training scheduled for Saturday for the team as well. For
This
if
coming
we
up
have to
Saturday?
evacuate.
This Saturday? Okay.
If you wanna come, we're also
Yeah.
gonna work on character.
Well, the two.
I scare easily, so maybe.
Yeah.
I'll
So do
switch.
okay, so that's a good point. All of us, creatures of the night, all of us silly people, we don't like to get scared. Like if you watch horror movies, we have to just to know what's going on. We watch it in the 15 minutes Netflix special, which is, you go, scary, 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 dialogue. Scary, 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 dialogue. We don't like to. When we walk through haunts, we know all the tricks. We know how to walk so that people can't scare us. We have to tour haunts all over the country. When we go to see $1 million ones in Birmingham, Tennessee, all over, there's things we know how to do so the actors can't scare us. That's what makes us good haunters. If you don't know fear, you probably shouldn't be trying to explain fear to other people.
May I add something?
Yeah, ma'am, I see you have a question, just so the audience knows, so this is generally a conversation for the council to have among each other and the podium, but go ahead, you can ask a question, I just wanna set that precedent, though.
I wanted to say, I work on the haunt, and one of the things that happens when we gather the children together, it's safety first, and they'll say, okay, if we're having an incident, which way do you go? Where's the exit? And they go, over there, we won't go this way because that's a maze. So they know, they've been asked that, and the children will reply to those.
Wonderful, thank you.
What's a good time on Saturday?
We will be, it depends. Do you want to attend or do you want the VIP?
I'm not a very important person, so I just want to attend.
So we will be doing trainings from noon to 2 o'clock.
Okay.
If you want to schedule something at about 4 o'clock, because everyone will have questions. 4 o'clock, we'll probably be there till 6 or 8 o'clock.
I'll be there at 4.
Okay?
How are you getting the word out? Are we advertising and just curious?
Yeah, so we've been posting on Facebook, Instagram, Nextdoor, reaching out to local businesses. We have quarter sheets that are being passed around the community so that we can, if they are like checking out at a store, we'll have those quarter sheets where they're checking out. We have posters up. With our experience, we've been working with local businesses. Like, for example, we did a silent auction to raise some funding for the library haunt, and that's when we reached out to over 22 local businesses that were willing to donate for the silent auction, where we raised $1,200. So it's definitely out in the community. I live in Gresham, so I put it in the Gresham next door. We're reaching out in all the ways we can think of.
So is it still taking place in Westland then?
No.
So is there I'm curious, is there a built-in, I'm sure there's a built-in audience that will be coming as
Did I
well.
slip you $5 before we start? So,
Yeah.
what's the best way? We were talking to many different locations about where to do this. We attended an event where the library was, where community was involved, businesses, schools, parents, everybody. We just kind of sat in, and what we heard was a community very concerned and very proactive about the future of their children and what their children would be able to do once they graduated high school. We sat in on the meeting, it was amazing. I was driving home at 9:30, I was calling members of our group and saying, we're working with Sandy, we're working with Sandy. And they're like, why? And I'm like, they care about their children. I would do a lot to have this sort of community involvement wherever we live, because I've never lived anywhere where parents cared on this level, and families and businesses, and they were willing to do a cross-coordinational design and making sure it was implemented. That impressed us incredibly. So, but also what we were hearing is their fears. They were clearly telegraphing, this is why we're together. We're concerned. This is what we're scared may happen to our people.
Okay.
So we took that and we wrote that story. And you, as the members of Sandy, will go through the fears you told us that you hold in your hearts. We took that. You can never come in and tell the story you want just because you want to. You can only tell. The only reason the haunt works is the kids in the neighborhood who say things like, you know about the scary house on the hill. You're always telling the story of where you are. You can't force a story on it, so you have to listen and you have to reflect what the stories that are already there. Then it's authentic, then it's implicit, then it's rapport, and you feel it and you can't deny it because these are your truths. See? Whoa, thank you. That was slick.
All right, any other questions? Well, we're really excited for it, I think. I know I plan on walking through
I
it.
had a slide that shows the community support.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, before that, actually, you can go to the one slide before that. So these are just some images from working on the hunt. And I wanted to share a testimonial I have with one of the teens. And she is somebody who's kind of a really quiet, shy person. And she's the person who came to me and we gave a quote for the Sandy post. And her quote was saying, you know, I'm a really quiet person. I'm a shy person. And I felt like doing this would be an opportunity to force myself to talk to people. And her role that she wants to play with the Sandy Haunt is actually like the main scare. So we have this child who goes from being kind of more meek and shy and quiet to somebody who's willing to go to like just break out of the person that they feel like they are to become the person they want to be. You can go to the next slide.
And if I can follow, in that sentence I said, it always comes back to that. It's the one place I'm safe. We honor that, and we don't get to not honor that.
This slide is just another one. We're talking about the community support. These are the local businesses that were able to support our silent auction. So we had quite a few. It was really impressive, and this community is so supportive. The image you'll see in the corner, that's from the Rip City rally that was here, and that's where we had youth dressed in those robes. And so we had one of the youth wear one of the gold masks, and they actually did like 3-point shots, free throws. I don't know. I'm not sports. I don't know. What are they called?
Yeah. 3-point.
3-point. Anyways, so it was just a really great opportunity for us to get our face out there as well. You can go ahead and go to the last slide.
Well, I'm glad to know what these kids were doing now. I saw them there. I was kind of like, I don't know. Okay, got it. Very cool.
Anyways, do we have any other questions about the hunt?
Well, thank you. It's very
I
exciting.
love what you guys are doing.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, yeah.
I'm one that did not love haunted houses. I do not love haunted houses to this day.
Yeah.
And so, I'll probably,
Or
my
wastewater
son's the same way as well too. I don't go to wastewater treatment facilities either, so.
When Carl's there on Saturday at 4 o'clock, we invite all of you. If you guys can come, we can give you a private tour. Come in a group, because I can't work when I'm.
Yeah, but Jeremy screams too loud. So.
Come. Yeah, and we'll tell you the story. We'll show you the secrets. We'll let you play with some of the toys.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you guys for having us, and we hope to see you there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Love it.
Yes.
Share the post on Facebook if you got a Facebook.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just did it.
Thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Good job.
All right, moving on to our next item is the consent agenda. I'm looking for a motion to adopt.
I move we adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Exner, second by Counselor Lee. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Moving on to new business, Library District Task Force update. Sarah, is that you? Oh, perfect.
So you've all heard me mention the Library District Task Force over and over, and we're about to get started with it. So I have Catherine Cole, who's the Library Network Director, and Greg Williams, who is the Deputy Director of Business and Community Services for Clackamas County, here to give you an update on where we are with the task force and answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Sarah. Hi, I'm Catherine Cole, and we've already been introduced. Thank you, Mayor Pulliam and City Council. We're happy to be here to share with you some information about the Library District Task Force. And I have some handouts. I know you didn't see them ahead of time. I don't know if you'd like them right now or when we're done.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did you keep a copy?
I didn't. I should grab one. Thank you.
You want
Okay, all right. Thank you. So Sarah has shared with you information about this Library District Task Force starting up, and I wanted to give you a little bit more background, and we're here to answer questions if you have any. So the Library District, which is composed of the 13 public libraries in Clackamas County, has been around since 2008, 2009 is when it first started as an official district with a stable base for funding. And over the years, as the district has grown and changed, there have been issues that keep coming up and that sometimes can be addressed in the moment, but sometimes there are bigger issues that aren't directly addressed by the formation of that district. It all came to, essentially it came to a head in 2017 when there was a settlement agreement between the county and the city of Gladstone related to providing services for both the Oak Lodge, Oak Grove area and Gladstone. And as a result of that settlement agreement, the Board of County Commissioners agreed that there should be a task force formed to really look deeper into the issues that keep coming up over the years related to services, related to funding, and the governance of the district. So that, in a nutshell, is why we're coming together to create this task force. The plan is that there will be a main task force group and then 3 subcommittees looking at areas related to library services and the funding and the governance. So that's the basics. In terms of timing, right now we're looking at starting this in either December or January to have some informational meetings, kind of get everyone up to speed. We'd like to have key stakeholders in the room that can really talk through the thornier issues, and in the end, after, depending on how the priorities are set for what they want to do in that task force, bringing the recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners at the end for their approval. Do you want to add anything to that, Greg?
I don't have anything at the moment.
Okay. And so in front of you, you see this is the charter, the larger document. That will give you more details about it and how the task force and the committees are formed. And then, and also you have a timeline that that does summarize what we're feeling for the flow of the meeting. So we don't feel like it is a big commitment to participate, but in terms of time, we're anticipating 1 meeting per month. So it's fairly distributed, and people who are involved won't have a huge necessity to be in meetings all of the time. So that's the intent there. Do you have any questions for us?
I see that you have a maximum number of members for each of the stakeholders. Do you find that you get complete participation, or do you find that some members don't show up, or does it look like it's well attended?
Well, we haven't started it yet, so I don't know.
Okay, so this has not happened yet.
Correct. It hasn't happened
right,
yet. So we're coming to you to share information about it and to request that over the course of the next
Okay,
couple months to
okay.
select members, yeah. And we do anticipate that in some cases, there will be a person who would participate in the main task force group and then different subcommittees, depending on the availability of people to participate.
Can I ask about
Yeah.
the unincorporated Clackamas County? Clackamas County is a very large area
Yes.
of unincorporation, but there's an area of Clackamas County that if it was a city, it would be the largest city in Clackamas County, but it's unincorporated. So how are you dispersing the unincorporated Clackamas County to be represented across the entire county from Government Camp all the way down into Clackamas Town Center?
And I'm guessing you saw on the list, there's the voting member of the
Right, that's why,
unincorporated residents.
that's why
Yes.
I'm asking the
Yes.
question.
Yes, so you're asking how are we going to make sure there's representation across,
Of
do you wanna answer
really
that one?
rural
Sure.
Clackamas
Yep.
County versus something that looks like a city, should be a city, acts like a city.
Yes. So, very good question.
Excellent.
So as you can see in the outline there, the Oak Lodge Library, who is entirely unincorporated areas, they do have a delegation, we're calling it, of their own. When we go out to recruit for that unincorporated delegation, there was much discussion at the Library District Advisory Committee with exactly that concern, that you've got a very large unincorporated area, you might have an unincorporated area that already has some representation there. So when we go out with our Public and Government Affairs office to recruit, we are going to be specifically looking at other areas, other unincorporated areas in the county. The other thing is that every library service area does have a mixture of unincorporated and city residents who are on their library board, and we are encouraging every city to have their library board members be active participants of this library district task force. So again, hopefully through that mechanism, we will get that unincorporated, holistic unincorporated participation as well.
All right, thanks. That brings up a follow-up question. You have Oak Lodge, which is a library area. We also have Welch's, which is a library area that Sandy helps run, maintain, but I don't see them on the list as one of the libraries like Oak Lodge. So should not Welch's, Government Camp have an area?
I think when we put this together, we had discussions, and I think Kathleen's here, so I think Kathleen, we had discussions in the Library District Advisory Committee, and the City of Sandy was given a single delegation with representatives from both Sandy and the Hoodland area.
So who manages Oak Lodge? Are they their own governing board, or do they?
They're run by the county, so it's a county-operated branch. So the library director is within our Department of Business and Community Services, reports directly to the Board of County Commissioners.
They get two.
They like every other library city. So it's, they get, every delegation has up to 2 people that can be appointed to the task force. The idea behind that was we wanted to make sure that there's a diversity of viewpoints. So you may have, for example, a library services subcommittee. It may be more useful to have, say, a city manager and a library director there to be able to talk about those issues. When it comes to discussing finances, we wanted to be able to have some flexibility. You might want to have your finance director participate. So that's the idea of having multiple people on each one of these delegations to allow for diversity of viewpoints.
Great.
Just leads to my request. My advice would be allow me to do the appointments for these groups, and reason being it's just more expedient, and I can consult with Sarah on who those members would be, and Sarah would have advice on library board members that can also participate. But because of the subcommittee work too, there might be meetings that Tyler might be more useful to send about on the finance committee and things like that. There might be meetings I want to attend, and rather than having to come back to the council for every change and every appointment, I think probably be more expedient to allow me to make those appointments.
I would just
That's
ask.
okay with the council.
Well, it's fine with me. I would just ask that you converse a lot with Councilor Schultz on that as our representative on the library
We
board.
actually just had a meeting last week about.
Great.
I know we had a lot of representation last time with George Hoyt in the formation of that, and so I know he's retired on, and we sure appreciated his knowledge here in our area, so for the whole county.
Absolutely. He was instrumental in getting the district formed and getting it passed, so his influence is cast a long shadow.
Great. Well, thank you. Very much appreciated.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, moving forward, we'll move on to old business. So this is item 10.1, which is a continuation
of the hearing on wastewater system facilities plan. I will open that public hearing. I will call for abstentions from the hearing body.
No.
Conflict of interest from the hearing body.
No.
Mr. Mike Walker with the staff report.
Thank you. As the mayor stated, this is a continuation of the hearing that initially took place at the September 16th meeting. The consensus of the council was to keep the record open for additional public comment and also to provide another opportunity for public comment. At tonight's meeting, the recommendation at the September 16th meeting, I think we had 2 members of the public show up. We had 1 written comment that came in before the meeting, and then any of the written testimony we received while the plan was in the open to public comment period has been included in your packet today. I think there's 5 or 7 comments in there. So the recommendation was to adopt the recommended alternative from the plan, but kind of split up the process into 2 phases. And since the recommended alternative included a discharge to the Sandy Basin, the staff proposed that we split up the plan, adopt the plan, and then have an additional analysis and study of different discharge alternatives in the Sandy Basin, which would be funded with the $500,000 we received from the legislature in the last session. So that work hasn't started yet, and again, that would also be subject to public input, public comment, public hearings as well once that analysis was performed. The facilities plan has been posted online. We also have a hard copy at the public library, and our recommendation is the same. Adopt alternative B and then direct staff to perform additional analysis of discharge alternatives in the Sandy River Basin.
Questions? I guess I just have one. Is I was taking a moment to read through some of the letters that were offered from both the Sandy River Watershed Council and the Clackamas. There's a portion, the one submitted from the Clackamas Watershed Council. It's the bottom portion of page 1, and it just says they give us some, I guess, recommendations for actions. As for example, a request that the Sandy City Council immediately, 1, monitor effluent more frequently and establish an alarm system to instantly notify operators when there's a problem so that they can quickly respond to avert the overflow or repair a break in the pipe. And 2, construct additional storage ponds to prevent overflows. And I only bring that up because I've read the other letters, and Sandy Rivershed Council had a lot of things they asked, and we went and got the green alternative money, and we're following through on that. We had a presentation at our last meeting. I believe alarms have been in place. That was one of my takeaways from that, is there is kind of a better alert system. Did we talk about additional storage ponds to prevent overflows? Was that something that was considered?
Yeah, that was one of the options in the facilities plan, was to build additional storage for treated effluent at the Isley, at the existing, the land application site. I think there were 2 issues there. One was the size of their existing site and its location, and then also the fact that I think the consensus in the plan was that continued discharge to the Clackamas Basin is kind of a dead end. We could spend a lot of money, equals kind of to the numbers we're looking at already, and have and still be at the same point 20 years in the future, and have be back at the same decision point where we are now. So I think that was kind of that's what at least the discussion of the plan regarding storage at the land application site.
Didn't we need like a 9-mile pipe to get it to the Clackamas River?
Well, that's part of the discharge alternatives analysis. We'll look at the possibility of shipping treated wastewater or even raw wastewater to Clackamas County WES, or their Tri-Cities plant, or to City of Gresham. So those are the two of the alternatives. Just on the face of it, those alternatives are far more expensive than the recommended alternative here, but we're gonna do a little more in-depth investigation and include that in the alternatives analysis.
Great. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
One of the things I'm aware of in the Clackamas River watershed side was that they were concerned as much about the interim time between now and the implementation of the new plant and the reduction in the amount of effluent going to the Clackamas Tickle Creek drainage plant. And I think that was where I thought that a lot of this extra storage and making sure we didn't have some of the issues we've had in the last couple of years now, 10 years now that I'm aware of. So that was one of the things I was thinking that were asking us to do, and so we are going to be doing a lot of that with our I&I work as soon as we get the money, correct?
Right, yeah, we've been approved for a loan from a DEQ that would accomplish the recommendations in the facilities plan for the immediate improvements of the existing plant and some I&I work in the collection system to reduce those peak flows.
But no additional reservoir or storage?
No.
That gonna be an issue, you think?
It all depends on the weather, large rain events, we do have some storage down there. Extended periods of heavy rain would be an issue, yeah.
Still take time to construct the additional storage ponds if that was, on the table.
Yeah.
But that's not on the table though, right?
Right.
No, I think, the consensus of the plan was that, continued investment in the Clackamas Basin is not cost effective because
Oh, sure.
of the limits imposed by the three basin.
Right.
Right. I'm just thinking about the interim time. And I would prefer not to see an additional range of violations from DEQ that showed because we have overflows during the larger rainstorms. And I don't know what the next 4 or 5 winters are gonna look like, but some winter's gonna be pretty substantial, I would think.
Right, it's about doing everything reasonably we can in the next 5 to 6 years while we're getting ready.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 5-year thing, that's really based on what DEQ has told us would be the amount of time it would take to write up a new discharge permit in a new river basin. They could be, time could be less, it could be more, but, we're hoping that it would be less.
As I understand it though, DEQ is not gonna give us any leeway, any overflows, any discharges that are above, beyond our license. We're gonna still result in some blowback from
They
DEQ.
haven't shown a lot of willingness to move that way, I think, I don't know if Preston's here tonight, he can speak to some other agencies that have been in the same situation, in the past, with the plant that was there before the existing plant, they did relax the discharge limits as long as we were making progress toward replacing or upgrading that facility. It doesn't seem like they offer that as an alternative anymore.
Councilor Smoller.
On average, what are we being charged annually for fines?
Well, it's not, it's based on the nature and the duration of the violation, so it's hard to say. Some years there might be no penalty.
What were we charged last year?
I think the pending one is like for $22,000 or $25,000, somewhere between 22 and 25.
I feel like before then it was about 30,000. I feel like that's the general range.
That's kind of the average, right? And so that's going to continue until. So wouldn't it be more cost effective to try and build another retention pond as opposed to obtaining fines every year?
So keep in mind the first phase of this project, the projects we're immediately doing is trying to tighten up the capacity issues by reducing the inflow and infiltration, but also, on the operating side, you heard from Veolia, the things that they're doing to try to clean up the plant, and then there's $2.5 million slated for even more improvements at the existing treatment plant. We're hoping the combination of those things will help with the capacity issue, by tightening the system, but also how we're treating the water down there to make it a better product coming out. And so, and I think Preston probably can chime in too. As we looked at that alternative, more ponds, you still have siting issues. Where do you put that? Is there places, does the nursery even want that? There's not really capacity down at the existing plant where it's at to build more storage capacity, because we're planning some other improvements down there. You know, we talked
Mhm.
about the clarifiers and things like that in the future, so, you know, there's other constraints that kind of influence that, other alternative.
Yeah, any meaningful storage would be far greater than $100,000. 2.5, 3 times that.
2.5, 3 times that.
Yeah. And again, you know, that's more of like a finger in the dike approach. I think, you know, trying to make the existing plant more efficient, you better utilize the storage we have down there, and try and reduce the amount of, you know, I&I that gets into the system. That's really where the,
Mhm.
and that's where it'd be, those dollars would be better spent reducing inflow and infiltration in
Sure.
the system than building more storage and not spending on inflow and infiltration.
So what I hear you saying is you could spend $500,000 to $1 million building that, but in the next 5 years, if you were fined $35,000 a year, that's only $175,000. So
Yeah, but there's also the balance of doing what's right by the rivers and streams.
Right.
there
The
there
environment.
is, but then
Yeah.
there's also the other process, the I&I that we're doing as well, is cleaning that up to where it wouldn't even be needing to have that done.
So as I
In theory,
understand it,
that's what I
phase
heard.
2
In theory.
Yeah.
will be putting a primary treatment reservoir into this system, right? And then could that be part of this preliminary thing? If we want to look for some additional storage, we could put it in a place where the primary treatment storage area, I forget the title of that particular kind of tank would be, but we could do something early on and
Well,
use
that
it in
wouldn't
place
provide
for
any
the
storage, that would just provide treatment for the primary inflow. It wouldn't provide any additional storage. And again, that was that was considered in the facilities plan, but I think the
Mhm.
idea is to, you know, the improvements that are scheduled for the treatment plant now were the limit in the first phase, and phase 2 is building the new treatment plant and the new discharge to the Sandy Basin.
Okay.
So, you know, so you would be just making the immediate improvements to the existing plant. Primary clarifier wouldn't provide any more capacity in the, you know, treatment plant itself.
In the past, DEQ has allowed us to be able to use those violation fines to do resource improvement, correct? Mitigation, plant trees, bush shrubs. Do you think that's gonna continue so that we don't just lose
Yeah,
that money?
that's an option in any civil penalty assigned. You can use it, you can pay the fine, or you can propose a supplemental environmental project.
Okay.
And they like to see that too, they don't wanna fine you just for this, they just want you to solve the problem.
Mhm.
And they would rather have the mitigation go towards improvements within the basin.
We are under order from DEQ to
Mhm.
solve this problem,
Mhm.
and
Oh, yeah.
frequent, constant contact with them about, you know, they've reviewed the facilities plan, they've commented on it, and they've commented on, you know, the work that we have planned out there and work that we've completed to improve the conditions there.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, if there were some interim solution, then, we probably would have heard about that from DEQ, or it would have been recommended by the
Right.
consultant. But, this is the recommended alternative.
Okay. Any additional questions? Yep. Absolutely.
How have the mitigation dollars been used? I know in Malala, they've provided them to watershed councils and other people to do some kind of work. Have we done something like
Yeah,
that?
the first one, we did some invasive species control along the Tickle Creek corridor, the land that the city already owned, mostly where the trail is. And then with the second one, we're proposing to do some riparian plantings along Tickle Creek west of the city. We're just trying to find a willing property owner to provide the land. The site we identified was underneath the BPA lines, and the BPA doesn't allow you to plant
Do
anything big enough to provide any shade. So there's an area west of the city underneath the BPA easement where, there's no shade over the stream. So we were looking at that. And we do have a contract, the council approved a contract about a year ago with the Clackamas River Basin Council to do the planning. We just need to find the site.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right,
One last thing, and I'm about to quiet this one. I understand there have been some conversations about going after the whole Mary Ann instead of waiting through phase 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm really excited about doing something like that. If there was a possibility of going to whatever, whether it's a federal source, state source, a web, who knows what might be out there that would give us money to be able to, or loan us the money to be able to get the solutions done earlier. I would sure love to see us look into those kind of prospects and identify those where they are, and even if it's not the full Mary Ann of, what is it, 50, 60, 80, whatever that number is, to be able to get it done early.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the city's, intent is to pursue either low-interest financing or, outright grants. So, but again, that, we're looking at a pretty big bill as it is. To do anything beyond that would have to be like grant funded because, you're gonna have, our third hearing tonight's gonna be on the rates necessary to pay for this. And anything that, would require more money or anything that requires more funding will just change that rate equation significantly. So anything that we do over and above the plan that's in the current document would, require outright grants, and those are kind of like unicorns for the federal government.
Also under constraints of how long, the permitting process will take for the.
Oh, sure.
federal center.
So.
You can't do it all tomorrow anyway.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, we've submitted a revised schedule for the MAO to DEQ, got some comments back on that. We're gonna, kind of revise it based on their comments and add some more of our own, and try and revise the existing order so that, everybody knows that we're serious about this and we're moving forward as rapidly as we can.
All right. Seeing no more questions, I'm going to go to the public testimony portion. So if you're here for wastewater, remember we're going to be talking the SDCs, which is the development increases, and the residential rate increases in the next two hearings. This is just for the facilities plan itself. If you would like to comment on the facilities plan for the wastewater treatment plant, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and I will provide 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Again, I'm Julie Stevens. I live at 12933 Southeast Ten Eyck Road, and that property is adjacent to the Roslyn Lake, the old Roslyn Lake bed. I'm back. I've been away for most of the time that this hearing has been adjourned, so I don't have a well-written presentation, but I would like to submit it based on my comments this evening. I've brought pictures, albeit not in the best form, in a thumb drive that if you can, someone maybe
Yeah, we'll try to figure it out.
see.
Promise there's no viruses on that.
There's no viruses on it, but it's
We know where you live.
really bad quality, you know what?
Hence why we always start with the address.
Come get me. So, I brought pictures to show the flooding events that happened. And again, a little bit of history. My husband and I bought our property in 2001. We were very sad to see the lake process as it went away, and we fought it hard. But obviously the fish and the removal of the dams prevailed. So we were fine on the property until the lake was removed. We never flooded, although we do have a federally recognized wetland on our property. However, it isn't anymore. So what happened in 2009 on New Year's Eve, we had a very heavy snowfall during that time, and then it warmed up and all the snow melted. And what PGE had done with all of their engineers and their hydrologists had removed the dikes from the old lake, recontoured the lake bed. It's now not as deep as it used to be. And there are several springs up there, so in the winter time, we do have some water accumulated, and the outflow or the accumulation of that is right on the northwest corner closest to our property. And the water was directed into a weir creek, which used to seep off the old Roslyn Lake. And because our property is just below that, when the melt happened, the dam broke. The water just poured over our property, being the low point. So if you could go through those, that is actually a later version. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Go back, that's the old outlet. And then the next picture is the driveway, on the portion of the property that I'm talking about. And keep going, that's the outflow from the old, into the old Weir Creek. And the Weir Creek, and that's our property. That is my house on January 1st, 2009. And if you could go to the next couple of pictures, that's Ten Eyck Road. Again, the Weir Creek, keep going, there's some really good, yeah, the Weir Creek gets.
I don't wanna go too fast.
That's
so.
okay, it gets deeper, my property again, and that's a couple of days later, and some of the very bad pictures. And again, my property, I mean, you can see my property is 4 acres and it's a lake.
Not the lakefront you were thinking.
And no, and this is a river flowed over it. So, we took issue with PGE, who said, oh, it's a 60-year event, everybody flooded that year. Well, we had not flooded, and we continued to flood for the next 5 years. You see the water flowing into the culvert there? And, thank you, I think that's enough of the pictures. So anyway, they did small mitigating activities, saying that there was no issue, and Murray Smith and Associates did a hydrology study saying that we would flood in a 1/4-inch episode on our property because it was so low, which doesn't happen. Anyway, finally in about 2014, we prevailed to have PGE create a control outlet at that little reservoir site that you saw, and drill a second culvert under Ten Eyck over to the airport property. And direct the water away from the Weir Creek. And since that time, we have not flooded. So I just want to say that with all the studies that are done, and I'm pretty familiar with how it works, mistakes can happen. Engineers aren't perfect, hydrologists are not perfect. Murray Smith and Associates said that our flooding had nothing to do with the recontouring of the topography of that lake bed. So, and I know that's your current contractor. So I just want to be on record to say that please be very, very careful when you look at that. It no longer is as deep as it was. When the water was there, it was too warm to drop into Bull Run River, and PGE paid at least $1 million a year to mitigate the fisheries at that time. One of the reasons they no longer wanted the lake. And then they flew the flumes over to that property and deconstructed them and contaminated the land with creosote. Only partially mitigated, and the current owner of the now what is that lake bed property, Trackers Earth, could not even get funding on a significant portion of the land. They had to parcel it before they could purchase it. So the funder would only lend on the portion that was clean, and they didn't lend on the portion that was not clean, which is pretty much a handoff to Trackers Earth from PGE. So there are numerous issues with that property, and one of the things I've learned is that history goes with those who have experienced it before, and fresh eyes don't know where to look. So thank you for letting me put this on record. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Appreciate it. Further testimony on the wastewater facilities plan. Hello. Remember to state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening,
About 5
Mayor,
minutes.
councilors. My name is Levi Lavasa. I work for Stafford Development Company. We're based in Wilsonville. Address is 8840 Southwest Holly Lane, Wilsonville, Oregon 97070. I'm more so came here to talk about the SDCs, but learned more about this in just reading right before I got here and while I was sitting here. And what I'm seeing with the plan is that there's been a lot of really awesome work done. It seems like Murray Smith has done a lot of the background information and come up with a decent plan. And there's an alternative D that I don't know what that means because I haven't caught up on it yet. But what I'm seeing is a lot of recommendations from the Clackamas River Basin Council, from the Sandy River Watershed, and I'm seeing that there's a lot of work that needs to be done to identify discharge alternative analysis. And to me, it would seem that something doesn't need to be adopted in order to direct further analysis. I don't know how that works with your guys' funding or if there's a requirement for that, but it seems with so much unknown with an discharge alternatives analysis that you wouldn't want to put your feet in concrete and find out something during this analysis and come back later and be like, man, we already adopted this, now we have to go through the whole process again, start changing stuff. So just on this piece, that's all I wanted to say.
Great, thank you so much, appreciate it. Further comments? Okay, seeing none, I will go for the staff recap and recommendation.
No change really, just to adopt the plan and alternative D in the plan as the recommended alternative, but which only pins us down, the comment earlier was you hate to go down one path and find out there was a dead end. I think we eliminated all the dead ends. This is really the only solution. And we're just gonna more thoroughly study the actual alternatives. We know that the future of the city, as the city grows, it has to go into a receiving stream that's got the capacity to assimilate the treated wastewater. That's a dead end in the Clackamas Basin. There's possibility for future discharge in Sandy as Sandy grows. We just don't know whether it's gonna go to a lake, a pipe in the stream, it's gonna be used for irrigation. That's what the further analysis of the discharge alternatives would review.
Thank you. All right, I'll need a motion to close the public hearing.
I make a motion that we close the public hearing.
Second?
Got a motion from Councilor Peitzold, a second from Councilor Exner to close the public hearing. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, now we're open for discussion. Nobody wants to kick us off?
I'll kick off. I'm the verbal one.
Well, I was gonna say, I mean, yeah, I don't know if we knew what to do.
Okay. Mike, well, I know that cooling off the water between here and Sandy, if we dump it straight into the Sandy River, is gonna be a tremendously expensive process. If that is not doable, and we find that going to the Roslyn Lake is not reasonable for all the reasons that we heard some of this evening, in my mind, I had thought about the possibility of finding some wetlands within the city boundaries themselves. Is there a reasonable position that we would be dead-ended? We wouldn't be able to find a way to get rid of the, 5 to 7 million gallons a day right off? What's the risk of that?
Well, we looked at the Clackamas Basin,
Yeah, that's
which is the nearest, basin where we discharge now. Any of those alternatives were very expensive, and they would not provide the ultimate solution for sand. We'd get going to do the same cycle in 20 years of Clackamas Basin. We would spend a lot of money, we'd still have to get out of the Clackamas Basin.
Sure.
And there was no foreseeable technology in the next 20 years, to the extent you could see that far in the future, that would solve that issue. So the only other alternative was to look at another river basin, the nearest being the Sandy. I mean, we could send it to the Columbia River. There's a lot of assimilative capacity there, but it'd be very expensive. Same with Willamette, a lot of assimilative capacity, very expensive. So, that's why the Sandy is the recommended alternative. And again, we're not talking about a pipe in the river, Roslyn Lake, irrigation. That's gonna be addressed in this next step
Sure.
of the analysis.
This is mainly, this plan's just, we're moving to the Sandy River.
The nearest river
Right,
basin
right.
to the
Right.
city.
I think for me, that's the foregone conclusion is Sandy River is the place to gotta go. That's pretty much there. I just wanna make sure that we don't end up with gentleman talked about earlier, get down the road in January, February or something, and we just say, my goodness, these look like some pretty horrendous economic alternatives, maybe some environmental alternatives that just don't seem to be well thought out. I know we've got even solutions that go down one big pipe into Gresham.
Right.
Those are other options, and so.
But that's some of what's looked at within this plan, though. That's part of that
Yeah.
Right, and-
alternative.
In all of those, they tend to be, our current facilities plan describes what we're gonna do because we're gonna put the water, that treated wastewater someplace in the Sandy River. And there's really no other place to go. Even if they become horrendously expensive or the environmental issues need to be really expensive or quite involved, that's where we gotta go. So there's no other way to cut it at this point.
Well,
I think
we're
that was
not
the
there.
conclusion of the facilities plan
No.
is that any option, like export to Gresham or to Tri-Cities, the difference in price between that and the recommended alternative is so great, you could do a lot of cooling and wastewater with that delta, so I don't think there's a lot of risk there. We've already done some of the preliminary temperature analysis, and we're finding out that the river is generally warmer than the biological criteria that DEQ's adopted for the river. So at least what we've done this summer is the river's much warmer than the DEQ standard, the way it is now. And, there's also one thing we discovered too, is there's a wide swing between the temperature during the day and the temperature at night, which makes sense, but we didn't, there is a difference. We didn't expect the swing to be that wide between the
That's what
evening
it's really
and
low.
the nighttime flows and the
You can
daytime
walk
flows.
across it.
So, and there is a certain amount of assimilative capacity available in the river. I think it's 0.2 degrees centigrade, and so, we're not considering using that. I mean, we could, it's available, and it's for, future discharges. So, that's not very much. So there, the cooling will be an issue, and so whether we, do it mechanically, do it with wetlands, whatever, something we'll have to address. I mean, it's gonna be in the permit, in the standard, and they don't care whether the river's already warm. They say, here's the number your discharge has to meet, whether the river's warm or cool, this is what it has to be when it leaves your facility.
Okay.
Councilor Schultz, did you have?
Yeah, so I know you say that the possibility of like shipping it to Gresham and that sort of stuff is going to be crazy, but we haven't really looked into it that much yet. So by adopting this plan and then we find out like that we could do that, how does that work? Can we still do that?
Well,
Or are we stuck?
that would be some of the alternatives we'll look at.
Yeah.
So we're not stuck on doing,
Well, the alternatives
Well,
are
I
part
mean-
of the plan, right?
That would be two of the alternatives we'll look at in the discharge analysis. We've already looked at it on kind of a very high level view,
yeah.
and then we're gonna get more concrete numbers on that. We expect them still to be higher than anything that's in the
Right,
plan.
I'm sure they
But
will
we're
be.
gonna verify that with those agencies.
And I would like to make sure that as we move forward with this, that information is all communicated to council. So
Sure.
if, hey, Gresham costs this much money, Roslyn Lake's gonna cost this much money, an alternative green pond is gonna cost this much money. What I don't want is council being steamrolled into a singular decision. So I wanna make sure that we are kept abreast of all of that every step of the way moving forward.
Yeah. This will have the same kind of public comment, public input process that the facilities plan is going through. So, yeah, everyone will be kept abreast of it, not just the city council.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Further discussion? All right, well, we can entertain motions for a decision as well.
We need to close the hearing first.
We've closed it.
It's already
did
closed.
close
Yeah.
it, okay. Then I would move that we direct staff to perform additional analysis of discharge alternatives in the Sandy Basin.
Is that all that we need to make the
We need
motion
to
on?
adopt, I think we need to adopt alternative D, correct?
Yeah.
You wanna amend it? I'll second
Sure.
it. Second.
All right, motion by Counselor Lee, a second by Counselor Hamlin. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And that was to adopt alternative D.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
As amended.
Just got a little, just wanted to be sure for the record.
All
Little
right,
fuzzy.
moving on. Next public hearing. I open this public hearing for the continuation, this is for the first time wastewater SDCs Resolution 2019-17 and 2019-18. I will call for abstentions. Conflicts of interest? Mr. Walker?
All right, thank you. I know the council had a workshop session with the financial consultant of this project, FCS Group, on September 3rd, but most of the discussion there focused on the rates, which is just one component of the financing plan for these improvements that were in the facilities plan. The other component is system development charges. And system development charges are funds that the city collects from new development. If you buy a house, you don't pay an SDC. If you build a house, you pay an SDC. So it's only for new construction. And it's collected when building permits are issued. It's very common throughout the city. We already collect SDCs for transportation, parks, and water system improvements. And transportation SDCs were revised, I think, in 2016, water in 2017. And then when we did the facilities plan, we realized that we needed to update our wastewater SDC. So financial consulting services did the analysis, and it's in Exhibit A on the resolution, and there's also a copy in the staff report here. And financing the way SDCs are calculated is a pretty simple process. You develop a capital improvement plan. What's it gonna cost to accommodate new development in the future? As far as how many households are we gonna add in the future over the plan horizon, so in the next 20 years, how many households we're gonna add? And you divide the cost of all those improvements by the number of households, and you end up with a cost per equivalent residential unit. And so basically, the plan foresees us adding another, I think it's 5,525 dwelling units in the next 20 years. The SDC eligible costs are $27 million. You divide 5,525 into 27.5 million, you come up with $4,890 for the SDC. And so the calculation's pretty straightforward, pretty simple. And it is a significant increase over our current SDC, which is $1,834 per dwelling unit. And when I say dwelling unit, we base everything on the equivalency of a single-family dwelling. So, a car wash might be the equivalent of 4 single-family dwellings. So everything is based on SDCs, or on equivalent residential units. You shouldn't assume that we're gonna get 5,525 homes in the next 25 years. We'll get 5,525 equivalent dwelling units in the next 20 years. So there's a chart on page 11 in Exhibit B and in the report that's in the packet that shows our current SDC in relation to other cities and what other cities are charging for system development charges. And you can see, we're at the way low end of the scale currently, and we'd be kind of a little past midway with the proposed systems development charges. Relative to other cities, Milwaukee's is unusually low because Milwaukee doesn't own or operate a wastewater treatment plant. They're in Clackamas County's they discharge Clackamas County's facility. So this is really just the pipes and pumps component of the collection system component of Milwaukee's SDC. Their actual SDC is this plus whatever water environment services charges. So that's kind of a misleading number there in this Milwaukee column. And these are the same cities that we use for the comparison for the water rates as well. So there's a little continuity there. So there's a statutory process for developing methodologies for SDCs and providing notice. You have to provide notice 90 days in advance of the hearing, and the actual SDC methodology has to be available for review 60 days in advance of the hearing. So we've complied with those requirements. We notified, the notice is only based on people who request to be notified. So we have 4 people that are on our notice list, the Portland Metro Home Builders Association, the Oregon Manufactured Housing Association, Portland law firm Black Helter Line, and Nail Construction. So they got the notice. We get receipt. We also provided notice as a courtesy to current builders in the city. I think we have 5 people that are actively building single-family dwellings. We provided them with notice of this change last week. I think it was last Wednesday or Thursday. We sent out an email, and we did receive some comments from 2 of those builders. I think on your desk there. One from Ray's Custom Homes and one from Stafford Development.
There's one in our email as well.
That's really the summary of how the charges were arrived at, what they're for. They can only be used for new development. We can't use them to. That's our total financing plan is $56 million. Only $27 million of that is eligible for systems development charges, because a big expense is serving the existing population and preparing a lot of the collection system. So this is not all being funded by developer contributions.
Mike, when was the last time we updated this fee?
It was like, I think it was 92 or 93.
1992?
Yeah. That's when the current one was adopted.
Okay, thanks.
So Mike, let me just make it clear. The additional $27 million will be borne only by the new housing coming in, and that the current housing will only continue to pay on the existing SDCs of the 1830 and some change. Is that right?
No, any new construction, if adopted, would be subject to this proposed charge.
The 48.
1834 goes away.
So, okay, just get my mind here. I have a house now. My house is
you'll never pay a systems development charge.
I'd never
unless
pay
you
another one.
You already paid it.
enlarge your house. You can tear down your house and build another house on the same lot, and you wouldn't pay an SDC, because you're not changing the capacity. There was a house there before, there's a house there now, nothing changes.
Okay.
So, but if it's a piece of bare land, somebody built a home on it, or a business or whatever, they would be subject to the
The 48.90.
system development charge. But
Okay.
existing dwellings don't pay an SDC.
So what would that average home, 3-bedroom, 2-bath home here in Sandy, what would that be about for an SDC total? You have 4,800, 4,890, and an SDC?
The
you got
water's about
parks,
3,400. Transportation's about 3,300. Parks depends a lot. We have several different flavors of park SDCs. But let's say park SDC's around $3,000.
So I get about 10,000 plus the 48, so it's about 15 grand for a typical house. Is that right? Did I keep up with you?
I'd like to eventually know how that.
So it's about 14,000.
Totality.
Okay. I was keeping up with you then. Okay. So the difference really is 18 subtracted the 4890 is what we're increasing with
Correct.
with to today.
Yeah.
So something on the order of
Right.
$2,200, $2,300.
Oh, yeah. What?
About 3,000.
3,000.
3,000. Okay. All right. Yeah, you're right. 3,000.
So yeah, that's the change. Yes.
Okay.
Further questions before we go to, yep?
What is the compliance fee and how is it dealt with?
The compliance fee is pretty small. I think it's like $89 or.
Yeah, 84 or something.
Yeah, something. And that's just based on what it costs us to administer the fee, any appeals, any exemptions, and collect it. And any changes, and the cost of the study that FCS group did. So that's all folded in there and added into the capital improvement plan and divided by that number of future housing units.
Additional questions?
One thing I do want to point out is, there's two resolutions, one that would adopt the new methodology, and one that would change the master fee schedule to include the proposed fee. So the first one is just, kind of says we agree with the conclusions in the FCS group report and the method by which these fees will be calculated. And then the second part would actually change the fees. The second part has an effective date when the fee would go into effect, and it would be, as proposed, would be the 8th of October, which is tomorrow. And kind of the reason for that is there's a provision in the building code that if you submit an application for a building permit, you have 180 days to pay the fees and collect the building permit, or you can ask for another 180-day extension. So you could have up to 300. You could submit a building permit. You could submit a building permit today, not have to pay the systems development, not have to pick up the permit and pay the new SDC for a year. So if the council does want to consider a different effective date, I think it would be best if you selected an actual date certain rather than just when the SDCs would change, rather than picking a time when any permits after that date would be subject to it, because we have the tendency to submit a great deal of permits and then take them down over a long period of time and avoid the change in the SDC.
Okay.
So is there a bunch of developments sitting on an edge waiting to see what we do here, or? Like
Well,
I think
that's what the
normal?
hearing's for. You're gonna take, you've got two comments that were submitted before the deadline, and then I think there's some people in the audience who want to testify.
Yep.
Okay.
And then we'll have time for discussion after, yeah. Additional questions for the staff report? Okay. All right, I'm going to open up the meeting for public testimony. Just a reminder, this is for the SDCs, right? So if you have some public testimony to provide on these SDC resolutions, please approach the podium, state your address, your name, and you'll be provided about 5 minutes for comment. And just to note, you are the individual that sent the email around earlier, you mentioned?
I'm one of them.
Oh, one of them, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my name's Jim Rays, Rays Custom Homes, local home builder. I've been building out here since 2006. I'm here, you're probably gonna echo the same comments from the others that are not on the list. You know, I'm one of 4 or 5. In 13 years of doing business out here, I've never heard of such a thing. Having to be opting to be notified of change when we are coming here taking risk as well to help participate in developing this community. And to be given 5 days notice for a 265% increase on an SDC, I ask that that's unreasonable or suggest that's unreasonable. You know, construction financing starts months in advance. And just doing the math of the people on this list, there's, and I don't have, my math may not be exactly right, definitely in excess of $400,000 to $450,000 we've been given 5 days notice to change all of our plans. We've got a new developer in town. These guys are real. I hope they stay. I want to do more business with them. It's unfortunate that that's their first experience with the city. We're getting through all of the tree debacle that we've all been dealing with, which Mac and I both serve on that tree committee. The cost, I guess, is a major point without notice. That's one thing. I am in favor of progress development. We clearly have some things that need to be addressed and fixed. Something that's just jumping out that I have to ask, when our last update to fees is in the 90s, and now we have multi-million dollars of deferred maintenance that I feel is being put on the backs of the people that are here right now, willing to do business in the city and take the risks that we do. If you equate that change just to the cost of doing business with the city, which is our cost of doing business within the city, it's SDCs and permit fees, that's over a 13% increase in the cost of doing business with 5 days notice. I'm not sure that I can say anything else that's not redundant, but I'm perplexed that even the argument of an existing homeowner does not pay. If you don't think that doesn't add to the cost of housing, I strongly disagree. So I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Further public testimony? Welcome.
Hello, my name is Levi Lavasa, for the record, work for Stafford Development Company or Stafford Homes and Land. Address again is 8840 Southwest Holly Lane, Wilsonville, Oregon 97070. Forgot to tell you what project we're doing in town last time I was up here. We're doing the Marshall Ridge subdivision just south of Zion Meadows, off of Bornstead Road, and just southeast of Mountain View Ridge, which was renamed several times, so hopefully you know which one that is. So, same sentiments that Jim just brought up. You know, the notice, I understand there's a list, so obviously it was followed properly, but for us it's still just tough when it's that short. Like you said, the timing, you know, we've submitted for loans for all 37 of the lots that we're hoping to build, so that makes it really difficult when a lot of those have already been approved at this point. And you throw that extra cost on there that's unexpected. I agree that there needs to be an increase. If it's been since '92, obviously something needs to change. There's a lot of costs that need to be taken care of with this new facility. And I just think if we had 90 days to acclimate, and yes, we would submit all of our building permits in that time, but I think that's reasonable. For me, we had land use approval, I think in 2017. 2017. So the subdivision was approved, assuming capacity for all of the different facilities, stormwater, sanitary sewer, water, transportation, and to say that now there isn't capacity, even though the houses haven't gone up yet, seems counterintuitive. So it seems that there would be capacity to serve these houses when they were approved, otherwise it wouldn't have been approved, right? So, and that's generally the intent of the land use process. You make sure that there is capacity to serve the projects that you approve, or the developments that you approve. So I think the cost being passed on to already approved subdivisions doesn't make a ton of sense to me, because those systems were already in place, were supposedly sufficient when we were approved. So what changed? So I think I understand there are problems, and there's a lot of ways that those can be addressed with the sewer, but there was capacity when we got this approved. Next is, what is an SDC eligible cost in this list? I know there's $27 million. I don't know where that comes from. I tried making sense of it in the table, but if that includes something that's already existing, that's one thing. But if it's for what was just adopted, and there's all these unknowns about where things are going to be changed and what systems will be expanded, and we don't know exactly what that is, then how can they be included on a capital improvements project? And how can there be a budget for it if we don't know what it is? And how can you then pass that unknown cost on in the form of a fee? So it seems like there needs to be more justification, or at least explanation. I just don't understand it if it does make sense. But it just seems like there should be costs that are, in the future, should be charged when there's actually a number to go with it. Or even an adopted plan. I know you guys just adopted alternative D, but there's 2 phases now, as I understand it. There's the phase tonight, and then there's more detail coming later. So once phase 2 happens, that seems like the time where those portions would get included into an SDC increase. And I think there's probably plenty to increase it now, but just not as much. But for everything on the new system, it seems like that should wait till phase 2 is done. So again, really excited to be here in the city of Sandy. I love Sandy. I've always loved it here. I'm excited to be part of the project that we're doing. Just, again, would like more time. I think that some of and not just my project, all the other developments that have been approved, it seems like if they were approved with sufficient capacity, they should be treated as such. Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
questions?
Thank you.
I just have one on so just put to the side, I know it's a hard thing to put to the side, but the increase and all that, right? 90 days, let's just talk straight budget. You got to budget it in, you got to pass those costs on, right? 90 days is kind of what you're really needing there. It's kind of a fair amount. Obviously, you deserve more time to comment, first of all, but beyond that, it's kind of the 90 days.
Yeah, and I think first of the year is a good time for a lot of people to change fees too.
Yeah.
And people are more aware that things change around then. A lot of times, usually there in July. That's when I see most fee increases I see in July. Yeah, if we just had till the end of the year, but again, I'm saying that because I plan to have all my permits in by then.
I understand.
But yeah, I think that gives everybody more time to get it to their bank, and they have those numbers in their budget, and they know it's coming. Having an effective date of next year would be amazing.
Appreciate that.
I'm gonna piggyback onto that. Mr. Reyes, do you share that?
I think that would be reasonable, or some form of phasing in. I do echo Levi's position of, I'm buying lots from Levi.
Sure.
So my comment is that if we had capacity when it was approved, why is these increases so huge on property that already had capacity, or they wouldn't have got land approval? So, but to comment on time frame, yes, I can do my round within that time, no problem. We know we're all gonna be paying more later.
Okay.
We just have no time to plan for that.
If I could add one more thing.
Yeah,
You just reminded me of the reason that I think having these approved subdivisions should be part of the original SDC fee is because in this calculation for the increase, everything is based on what do they call an improvement fee cost basis. None of them are reimbursement fee cost basis. So improvement fee cost basis means everything that's not in the ground already, everything that's not already there. So that's saying, since we're not gonna use any of that anyways, why should we be paying the fee for that? So, thank you.
Thank you.
Additional public testimony on the SDCs. Okay, seeing none, back to my cheat sheet. I'll look for Mr. Walker, staff recap and recommendation.
Yeah, I'd just like to answer some of the questions that came up during the testimony. The reason that our SDCs haven't changed in a long time is we haven't had a capital improvement plan. You know, the SDCs were adopted before we had our existing treatment plant. And so until we did the capital improvement plan to know what the new costs would be, there was nothing to base an SDC on. You know, there could have been some incremental changes based on construction cost changes like we do with our water and transportation fees, but those wouldn't be as significant a jump as this one. And then, you know, the question about deferred maintenance, you know, we can't use any SDC money to repair the deficiencies in our existing treatment plant, fix the leaky pipes in the collection system. We can only use them for building larger pipes, and then we can only charge the difference between the capacity of the existing pipe and the new, bigger pipe. Enlarging pump station the same way, only on the change in capacity. And or providing more treatment capacity, we can only charge for the new treatment capacity. We can't charge for any improvements at existing facilities. And then, you know, why aren't SDCs collected at the land use stage? You know, when the land use approval is granted, you know, the state statute says they can only be collected at the time a building permit is issued. And, you know, we can all remember back, you know, roughly 10 years ago when the housing market took a dive. We had a lot of approved plats, and some of those were revived, some of them fell by the wayside. We even allowed an extra year to keep some of those things on life support, and some people never came through and you know, followed through with their plat approval. So you could collect it at the well, you can, statutorily you cannot, but if you were to collect it at the time the land use approval was granted, that's a big chunk of upfront money for the developer. It's kind of like, who pays it? The developer who develops the pipes and the roads and sells lots to home builders, or the home builder. The way the state set it up was it was paid at the time the building permit is issued, so the home builder generally pays it. If you charge it at when the land use approval was granted, you could have, you know, then the economy could take a dive, the housing market could slow down, and then you'd have developers coming back to you saying, well, wait a minute, I already paid my SDCs. I'm never gonna develop these lots, or the price of housing has dropped, I'm taking a bath on this. Can I have my money back? So there's probably probably no ideal time to collect these, but that's why they're generally tied to the issuance of a building permit. You can have a plat approved, and the roads and the pipes go in, and the lots can just sit there for 5 or 6 years. Don't get me wrong, I'm not advocating for that, since we have a lot of home builders in the audience tonight, but that is a real possibility, and that's generally why the fees are collected at the time the building permit is issued, because that's more closely tied to when you actually need that capacity in our system.
Okay, questions? Yeah, absolutely.
How many homes do you think would be impacted in the next couple months, next 90 days?
I just looked at all the platted subdivisions we have, and it's about 105 lots out there. So based on, I think the difference of the fee is $30,000, $45. So it'd be roughly $320,000 in foregone revenue. And I should point out, you know, there's two components to financing this. There's the ratepayers, which is going to be the subject of our next hearing, and there's systems development charges. So whatever comes out of one pot has to come out of the other pocket. So, you know, if we reduce our SDC revenue by X, then that's going to impact our rate revenue. And, you know, and then it's an equity thing too. Who pays for new development? New development or existing ratepayers? And that's a classic policy decision for the council to make.
Right, and the 105 lots would be sold in a means where the buyers would pay that fee, and it would be about in the same time range, so no one is impacted by competitiveness virtually.
Yeah, I don't really know how that into the housing market works, but, I would say that there is, there's probably some competition in there, like you don't wanna overbuild and have too many platted lots out there, because then it's a classic supply and demand thing, too much supply, demand, drops, prices drop, and so, I'm sure developers would tell you, they time their projects based on what else is going on, and try to be first to market, but not last to market.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
No questions.
All right,
I have a question. David, can you base approval of a development on capacity? Like if there's capacity or not capacity? So the comment we had heard before saying you can't put a moratorium more than, what was it, 60 days on
No, you can put a moratorium,
development?
yeah.
Is
It's just a very, very specific process. You certainly can't, without having gone through it, you can't, have an application come to you and say, I think we have no capacity, we're gonna deny your application. That's unlawful. But you can go through a process and say, here's why we can justify a moratorium, and then if you had that adopted, you could say to that applicant, sorry, deny your application. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
She said yes.
I had the same question.
Counselor Smallwood's very powerful. Is there a motion to close the hearing?
I make a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
A motion by Counselor Peatsold, a second by Counselor Hamlin to close the hearing. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we're open for discussion.
I'm okay with allowing 90 days for those that have already been approved. I think that's a really hard ask for people who've already sought financing to go out and try and come up with that money. But we've gone 27 years without increases.
Yeah.
What's 90 days?
I tend to agree with that. I think it's interesting as we've gone through this is the 5-day notice. My guess is that we had the list, we sent it out 90 days previous, and we thought, let's go above and beyond. We just had that thought to go above and beyond too late in the process, and it ended up just being 5 days before. So I think that folks, they deserve a better heads up than that. I think a lot of us, me included, have been so focused on our communications to the residents and not so much to the developer community. I even had that in some of my back and forth where, I'm talking about the SDCs going up for the residents, and they're going, well, the developer should have to pay something too. And I'm looking at going, I haven't even talked about the developer. So, if we're being really, I think, true to ourselves and honest here, we haven't really been having the level of dialogue with our developer commercial community that we've been having with our residents. So with that, I'm going to continue discussion. Kind of where my mind is I'm with you on the 90 days. It's a lot of money, but I'm with you. I think it's the right thing to do. I'd be open to even continuing this hearing, to be honest, to a future public meeting. Councilor Lee.
What are the consequences, Mike, of the 90-day delay?
Well, the delay is fine. I think we should just pick a date.
Right.
Saying that SDCs will change on this date, regardless of whether you've turned in an but we should change it instead of when an application is submitted to when an application is approved, when you pick up the building permit. So if you've rushed and submitted 30 building permits to try and beat this, and you've only picked up 9 in 90 days, then those other 21 should pay for the the correct fee. So we should pick a date, and we should say the SDC is going to change on this date, and will affect building permit applications that are pending but not issued. And it won't change. Anything that's been issued, you can't go back on the fees anyway. Those are fees. But I think it should affect pending building permit applications, just so you don't get people taking advantage of this 90-day window, which could be extended, up to 360 days, basically.
Counselor Exner?
Yeah, I'm pretty much in your boat too about the 90 days. I think it makes a lot of sense. These developments were approved with current status. Makes illogical notes to me that we suddenly don't have any more capacity. I think doesn't work for me. So I think we should do the 90 days. I would suggest we do January 1 as a way to make that date, and I like the application thought too. I really feel like we need to make sure we catch people with enough time. Don't need to be pushing people around, don't need to be trying to be perceived. I know we weren't trying to do that, but be perceived to throw people under the bus by not giving them enough time to respond. We need to do that. And I think the 90 days is timely. So.
Counselor Schultz, do you?
Yeah, I think I agree with what you said, that we've been talking about ratepayers forever, and I have not been talking about this forever, so
Yeah.
I think it's a good thing to really think about, and I agree with maybe extending this hearing as well, just so we can all chew on this a little bit. And Mike, you mentioned something about, if you lose money in one pot, you have to get it from another. What are we looking at? Could you pull numbers together for us if we do this?
We can get you a number, not tonight, but we can go back into the rate model and see how that would affect the proposed rates.
I think part of the formula, if you recall, back there was not just the SDCs was part of it, but also future growth, right? It's the current people living here, it's the building, and then there's the future growth. And so you take one of the three-legged stools away, the stool falls over in the model that was presented. So you had to have a combination of all three, and they had to be healthy and they had to be strong. Without the growth part of it, which was a modest growth, conservative growth, but without it, you're missing one of the legs of the three-legged stool. So, going back to the comments, about the developers part of it, giving them enough time to be able to put that into their formulas if they've already gone out for financing, hinders one of those legs of that stool.
I agree. The only other thing I guess I would just, since we're in discussion, I'd want to throw out is for some that are kind of newer to the process, given 5 days, the truth of the matter is we're at capacity. We're under the gun from DEQ on this mandate. We're not able to discharge any more, as you've heard earlier, water into the Clackamas. So we're looking at the Sandy River. We have to go to the Sandy River, and it's a lot more expensive to go to the Sandy River. And we've got this timeline we're up against. So that's kind of what's adding pressure to council, newer council, and we're having to kind of play catch up and get some of these funds, and we're going out for state and federal money. But to that three-legged rule is we're trying to accumulate as much as we can, as fast as we can, while also trying to go out and get money elsewhere as well. So that's kind of the situation we find ourselves in. With that, do I have any motions?
I'll make a motion that we,
How about extend?
yeah, I think we should extend this. Is that-
January 1st.
Yeah, well, if we're gonna extend the 90 days though, January 6th is more of a 90-day, it's a Monday, not the 1st.
I'm thinking about the hearing though, that we should keep the hearing.
No, I'm sorry, I retract I'm not making them, I'm talking, thinking through this.
So,
That's a long one.
I know.
So
sorry.
yeah, so first of all, it's providing a hearing to provide more time for feedback.
Or is it extending the hearing?
Right, to extend the hearing so that, they can make sure that everything that I just said is 100% true and is there a counter to that? And they have time to get their information together, right? When they come up and talk.
So we closed the hearing, we would need to reopen that hearing at a future date.
You just leave it open.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we already did.
We already closed.
What I would recommend is if you.
For this type of hearing, you can just say we're gonna reopen it to
Reopen
allow
it.
for additional
Okay.
testimony. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
You can adopt the methodology tonight, won't change anything until you adopt a resolution changing the fee schedule. These SDCs don't go into effect, that's the second, that's 2019-18. So you adopt the methodology now, and then you can still have, then your hearing would be on the timing. People would, the methodology's been out there for 90 days, the statutory minimum. So we haven't gotten any testimony on whether the methodology is correct or incorrect. There's been no challenge to it, so I think it'd be prudent to adopt the methodology, and then the fee, the actual change to the STCs could be at whatever schedule council chooses.
So just continuance, the one, not the other.
What's your
I don't
thoughts on
understand.
that?
Is there a reason why we wouldn't just extend them both? I mean,
Yeah.
are we getting, there's not gonna be any advantage in time to
Well-
approve the methodology?
Well, the methodology's been out there for 90 days. Nobody's been harmed by that. You know, it's been available.
I heard one conversation that said that we don't know what those numbers are just yet. So
Well,
there's,
that's-
I heard one
that's
anyway.
That's a good point, yeah.
So-
If people wanted to challenge the methodology, then, if you didn't adopt the methodology tonight, I suppose I don't know how that works with the statutes.
It doesn't sound like it's gonna make any difference in time, and I guess that's where I'm thinking
If you
about.
change
I
it,
think it's
methodology.
just
you
a-
can-
after methodology.
once it's adopted.
Yeah, I just say, let's make a motion
Yeah.
to extend the hearing.
So I'll make a motion to extend the hearing to the next city council meeting.
Can I add a comment of that? Because they were in the middle of discussion, does that work though, or do you have to re-advertise out a new methodology and wait 90 days?
Nope, you're just basically allowing this hearing, you're just essentially allowing for additional
Right.
testimony as you've described it. Nothing formal has to happen.
Are we extending it for a month? Or-
We're gonna do
No,
it
2
till
weeks.
the 21st.
21st, October
21st,
21.
So 2
Okay.
more weeks.
So the next.
Just wanna
And
clarify.
Mike, can you also, you had some comments around implementing and who it impacts and who it doesn't. Can you bring that with staff recommendation at the 21st?
Sure, we can get you.
So picked up applications versus non-picked up
And
applications.
we can come back with a number on how this would impact the rates if the revenue comes out of rates instead of
Yeah, right, which is the next thing.
impact fees.
Great.
Thanks, Mike.
Do we have a motion second?
Do we not? We
A
do not
motion,
yet.
but no second. and I'll
Second. Oh,
Ooh.
Carl got it.
I think
Leave
it's-
that one to Carl.
Idea? All right, motion by Counselor Smallwood, second by Counselor Exner,
I'll be the
to
first on this. Go ahead.
to continue the hearing to the next council meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, moving forward. All right, moving on to our next public hearing on the utility rate changes. I open it. Call for abstentions from the hearing body. Any conflicts of interest? Mike Walker Roadshow continues.
Okay. This is, as you stated, this is the continuation of the hearing from September 16th on the proposed changes to the water and sewer rates. The,
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for
there
coming.
was notice in the July utility bill newsletter. We also put some posts on the Facebook page and on the city website. We didn't get a lot of testimony on the 16th. And the council decided to continue to the October 7th meeting. As of Friday, we still haven't seen, or Thursday when the agenda was published, we still haven't seen any public comment on the proposed rates. Nothing's really changed on the rates since the 16th. The rates are in the resolution, and it shows the existing charge and the new charge for water and for sewer. And you can see that the water charge goes up across the board, 9% increase in water, and in sewer, it's a 98% increase in sewer. So you can see the existing and the proposed in dollar amounts and not just percent change in the resolution.
I had one question, Mike, on that table that you're talking about here. Can you just explain what the no water service flat rate?
Oh, since we base residential sewer bills on amount of water you consume, we have some customers that are outside the city that are on the sewer system but not on the water system. So we have no idea how much water they use or how much sewage goes down the pipe. So we selected a flat fee for this, and it used to be $35, I think, and 80 cents, and now it's doubled.
Okay, thank you.
And there's only about 3 or 4 customers that are in that situation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, additional questions?
One of the things that we've chatted around a little bit is how to keep people from putting too much water or more water than they should down their drain and trying to figure out a way to expedite, encourage people to reduce the amount of water that goes down those sewer drains. And, I don't see any of that in here. And I don't really want to reduce the amount because then it means we don't get as much money as we were hoping to get. We can pay for our sewer rates. But it seems to me that if one of the problems we have is too much water into our pipes, so the I&I is going to have to be reduced to get that eventual hit on our current plant, maybe we should be thinking about how to encourage people to use less.
Yeah, that'd be a great way to reduce your utility bill, both on the water and the sewer side, since it is based on water consumption. You know, for residential customers, it's based on directly on water consumption from November through May, and then from May through November, it's based on the average of the winter billing cycle.
Right.
So where you can make a difference is in how much water you consume between November 15th and May 15th. That affects your winter average, you know, and your year-round bill. You know, we're hoping too, you know, you met with McKinstry a couple of weeks ago on the project to convert the street lights and to go to the smart water meters. That would give people an opportunity to know kind of in almost real time how much water they're using if we convert to the smart meters. And they can say, oh, you know, better dial it back, or, you know, they can set a budget and, you know how much water. That's an easy way to reduce the, you know, your monthly rate is to conserve. But, you know, an economist would tell you that demand for water and thus demand for sewage is inelastic. It might change a little bit. People gotta have water and they gotta get rid of it. And so you might have an initial drop, but generally people return to their previous consumption rates after a rate increase. So whether it would stay at that level, you know, it's hard to say.
Some of our rate communications following, you know, the implementation of the increase will be about conservation. So, you know, there are newsletters, and as we get the word out about, you know, why the rate increase, we'll have components about what can you do about it, because, you know, people want to be able to have, I mean, you know, they want to have, you know, some control, right?
Sure.
And being able to, you know, remember to turn off your water, you know, if it rained that day, so you're not sprinkling, you know, your wet grass again, or, you know, don't leave the water running when you brush teeth. Like simple tips like that, I know is, you know, minor and tedious they sound, but, you know, I think that should be an ongoing part of our communications going forward is, like you said, conserving water. So that's part of our plan, following the rate.
Is Energy Trust still giving out, like, shower heads and faucets?
We give them that.
Okay, so maybe recognizing that piece as
Yeah.
well too.
Unfortunately, a lot of the low-hanging fruit has been kind of squeezed out of
Yeah.
the system over the last 10, 20 years. And we have a lot of new homes in town too that have those, you know,
Right.
low flow,
Right.
you know, devices. So not a lot to be gained out of the system, but I think it's still worth it to remind folks.
It's a resource.
Sure.
Okay. Additional questions, or are we ready to move forward to public testimony? Okay. Open for public testimony.
Of course.
Yeah. You know how to do it, but name and address, please, sir.
My name's Greg Becker. I reside at 14585 Bluff Road. As you all know, I am an opponent to the very high cost of increase. In a recent conversation with a city councilor, I was asked, give us an alternative. And just off the top of my head, I said general obligation bond. As we know, a general obligation bond is voted on by Sandy voters. The money collected can only be used for what is described in the bond. And bonds end. They stop collecting money once that obligation has been met. The fees, when all that is needed is collected, will the fees return to the original price that they were before they were increased? Or will the getting ahead of myself, where will the city continue to collect into the general fund forever these additional fees? And will these additional funds be used for other items other than wastewater and potable water? Just some questions.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Additional public comment? Okay. Next move is call for a staff recap. Recommendation.
No real, nothing really to add, but just to respond to Mr. Becker's questions. Geo bonds could be used. However, some people, we've got about 200, maybe 300 customers that are not on the sewer system, that don't pay a sewer bill. So they would be paying on their property taxes for a facility they were not, or maybe could not use. And then also you have vacant land that also pays property taxes, and they'd be in the same boat. So that's why geo bonds are generally not good for funding utility services.
So Mike, there's a piece that came before us here a few months ago on Bluff Road there that are on septic.
Right.
So those would be ones that would be paying for the geo bond that had septic.
Right, they would be unaffected by the sewer rate change because they don't pay sewer bill. So there aren't many left, and eventually those people will probably, those drain fields will fail. They will be on the sewer system, but in the meantime, there's kind of an equity issue there. And then the thing about vacant properties. And then, by law, we cannot use enterprise fund revenue in the water or sewer system. We can't use it for, libraries or police or anything. It can only be used for that utility. So in the future, we're looking at, if we're lucky, a 35-year issue for the Whitfield loan. So it's hard to say in 35 years, the loan won't be paid off for 35 years, so it's hard to say, whether these rates will seem, reasonable in 35 years, or whether if our costs go down in 35 years and there aren't any future costs, then there would be room to reduce those. But we're going to be going into debt for a significant period of time to pay for these improvements.
I'll talk to Lucy
And
about it.
so there would be an opportunity to lower the portion of the fee that would be used for debt, the rates that would be used for debt service, which is the majority of this rate increase. It's primarily for the debt service. Our current rates cover, for the most part, our operating costs. And as long as we keep up with those and keep up with inflation, they continue to, but the debt service would be at least 35 years.
A question for Councilor Exner and then Lee.
So, I'm aware that our previous loan to build the previous sewer system is about to expire. Is it paid off now, or we still got a few years left over?
What do we have, the 2023 Tyler, is it?
Yeah, it's
But
about
the
a year
estimate
away.
is paying it off early 2022, continuing business as usual, transferring money from the sewer fund into the sewer fund reserve fund.
So in 3 or so years from now, we'll have that.
200,000 drops off. We're looking at annual debt service with even if we have the very attractive WIFIA and USDA financing of like $3.6 million. So it's not gonna make a big difference. And that's included in the rate model, is that.
It is included, okay.
Yeah, that debt service drops off in 2022, 23.
So that won't make a difference in what our payments would be if we pay off this
You'd have that
older
much
loan?
more available for your debt service. You'd have that extra $200,000 a year. Assuming we left the rates as they were at the same level, you would have additional funds for the debt service, but it wouldn't be much.
We'd have one loan versus two loans.
But you just flip the money over. We'd be paying the new loan once the old loan is paid off, I assume. We'll use the same money.
Yes.
And that's part of this rate extension.
You could do that. You could reduce the rates. You could say, no, that needs to go to debt service. But it still has to stay within the wastewater fund. You could say, ramp up collection system work, whatever.
Okay, let me make it clear in my head here. You are gonna use the payments that you've been using up until 2 years from now to be able to pay off the old loan and apply that to the new loan, and that's what these rates
That's what these rates
reflect.
are predicated on. That
Okay.
assumes that
That's what I wanted.
the debt service that goes away for the existing facility is applied to the new facility, or the new loan.
Okay, I have one more. Stormwater fees, we're gonna try to put a lot of work into the stormwaters as well. Help me understand where the stormwater fees are, and are they part of this as well?
No, there won't be any change, we're not proposing any change to the stormwater fee. You know, we do have a little bit of debt in the stormwater fund, but we're able to stay ahead of that and our operating costs with the existing stormwater fees. So, you know, the only impact I think that this would have to the stormwater system, and some cities have experienced this, I think it was St. Helens, they really tightened up their sewer system. So there's no place for the stormwater to go, except in the storm pipes, and they found out that their storm pipes were too small. When they tightened up their sanitary sewer pipes, and so that could happen, but again, you know, St. Helens is a lot different topography and a different stormwater system we do. They're, you know, flat, they're by the river, they have a high water table. We have a lot of relief here in Sandy, so stormwater capacity, even with our existing older pipes, is not really a big issue.
Even if we clean them all up, because I'm assuming because of all the I&I input into the old plant is that some of our stormwaters are broken, going right into our sewer water pipes. So we're spending some money to take care of that.
Probably not much, but yeah, and that's part of the work we're doing is to find and fix those issues in the sanitary collection system where there's direct stormwater connections.
So I'm not gonna see stormwater increase substantial in the next few years, right?
I wouldn't say it would not be a result of the work we're doing in the collection system. You know, since as the city gets larger, we could be subject to DEQ regulations on stormwaters. Right now, because of our size and our geographic location, we don't have to have a stormwater discharge permit, but, you know, those rules can change, the city can grow, you know, Gresham and Sandy could get closer together.
No.
No. But anyway, you know,
You can
if we're
fight that if you want, I
closer
don't.
to the metro area, regardless of our size, we would be subject to a discharge permit for stormwater. So that's in the future, but right now, we're okay.
You can ask Gresham how much fun they'd have with that.
Gresham has an issue.
So is there a population
Yeah.
increase that triggers that?
It used to be it's 10,000 if you're inside a urbanized area. Sandy's not considered, you know, we're not part of another
Metro.
larger urbanized area. So, you know, at some point, we will reach that population threshold, but we're not there now. And the regulation could change. They could just say, okay, it applies to everybody over 10,000 population, whether you're isolated or part of a larger community.
Do you combine sewer, or are they also?
Not by design, no.
No. Yeah, but not originally.
Not intentionally,
Okay.
no.
Good.
Okay.
That makes sense better too, because that introduces a whole new thing.
Jan had a question. Councilor Levy?
Yeah, I didn't bring my crystal ball with me tonight, but I think that in 35 years from now, if we have any growth in population, we're probably going to have to add some more capacity. So I don't see the rates really going down significantly.
If I had a crystal ball, I would see highly treated water cooled as a very valuable commodity in 35 years as climate change occurs.
All of a sudden,
If it
people are
really
gonna
does.
forget where it comes from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we have a valuable commodity that will be in great demand
Enterprise.
in 35 years, yeah.
The question.
Yeah.
In 35 years, so we look back.
It's like in the year 2000.
From the generation you came from.
Our current plant, I mean, how long is the life of the plant typically a range? You know, is it 35 to 50 years? Without capacity issues, just the construction of a plant.
Well,
Before it
some
starts
components-
melting down and you have to, you know, replace it.
Like pipelines, you know, you want those to last for 100 years. Pump stations and treatment plants, you want to last for
Treatment plants is what I'm saying.
50 years, you know, but you still have to keep up with them. I mean, you know, we just pointed out that our existing facility isn't paid off. It's like when you know, your car
Yep.
dies on you, the transmission drops out before you get it paid off. You know, we haven't paid off our existing plant, and it's at capacity, and it's not running very well. So, you know.
Okay. You ready to pull the trigger on this thing?
Should we close the public hearing?
Yeah.
Oh, we already did.
No, we didn't.
No.
No, that was like
We just gotta
2,
keep
3
recapping.
ago.
Yeah,
We gotta do
I'll make a
it.
motion that we close the public hearing.
Second.
I got a motion from Counselor Pietzold, second from Counselor Hamlin, that we close the public hearing. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's closed. Discussion.
I think we've talked about this.
It always
a lot.
feels like a weird discussion, cause we just discussed a whole bunch.
Discussed
Yeah.
it so much.
Can you give us a picture of what the motion needs to look like for the new fee adoption?
It would
I mean,
be
are we okay to say adopting the new rates as
There's a
proposed?
resolution, it's resolution 18
1919, isn't it?
Yeah.
1917, 1919?
Yeah.
Resolution
1916,
2019.
actually.
1916?
Yeah, 2019-16 is the water and sewer, rate resolution.
It's right here.
I'm ready for one of.
We've talked about it again and again and again. I mean, it's there.
What's
Good.
1990?
Yeah, one idea that I have
Yes.
heard from counselors in individual conversations was the effective date for
Yeah.
the rates. Right now, they would go into effect with the billing cycle in December, which would be the 3rd week.
The October, November
Billing cycle.
bill
Yeah, I
that
wanted to
people
do
would
it
receive
right.
in,
Let's do
no, I'm
the
sorry, the
January
November,
6th.
December bill, people
Same
receive
first.
the 3rd week of December.
3rd week in December.
Okay, so
New year.
I'm gonna do them with January 1st.
Yeah.
Folks okay with that?
It would be the December,
Yeah, if we assign it to a
January
billing cycle rather than a
and
date,
they'll receive
because
it
otherwise,
that 3rd week in
you know, you
January.
pay half, 15 days at this rate, 15 days, it would be a nightmare.
Yeah.
That
So
sounds
end of
nice.
January?
Let's do-
I don't wanna calculate.
So end of
4,000.
January?
Say end of January.
End of January?
In January.
Okay.
With the
Not Christmas.
December, January billing cycle, this would be bills that people receive the 3rd week of January.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 2019-16, a resolution of the city of Sandy amending the master fee schedule to reflect water and sewer rate changes.
And I'll second.
I thought I was a Lone Ranger there for a second.
The,
With an effective date, I'm gonna amend my motion, with an effective date of the end of January, January 31st for the new fees to go into effect. Does that work?
Let's say in effect, the January billing cycle.
Be amended, to go into effect at the end of the January billing cycle.
Nicely done.
I'm good. I'm gonna withdraw my second or what?
Okay, I'll restate it. I'll withdraw my previous motion. Make a motion to adopt resolution 2019-16, resolution of the city of Sandy amending the master fee schedule to reflect the water and sewer rate changes effective the
The
end
December,
of
January billing cycle.
now you're changing it
Yeah,
again.
sorry.
It would be due that way the 3rd week, or the bill would come out the 3rd week in January if you do the December,
Yes.
January billing cycle.
Effective the December, January billing cycle.
Oh, boy, that was a struggle. And I'll second.
All right.
All right. We have a motion by Counselor Hamlin, a second by Counselor Exner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Report from the city manager.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
No wonder he's got white hair.
A couple quick things. You should have received notice from Mike about the Green Infrastructure Lab. We were just talking about stormwater, and that will be one of the topics at this Green Infrastructure Lab. So the City Council, received those invites. It's going to be October 22nd at the Sandy Fire Annex Building, and there's a couple components to that program. But this is a good way to continue the conversation about things that we can do on more of the stormwater and green infrastructure, green streets, retention ponds, and how we treat that water, and how what are other cities doing to build that into their development codes. And we'll also be able to talk about what the city of Sandy does currently. Another invite that you received for this month is a Sandy or the Clackamas Cities Association dinner that will be in the city of Sandy. That's October 24th, and so we've already started to receive some RSVPs, which is great. Going to be at the Red Shed
In
public house?
addition to mine, I hope.
And mine.
Maybe
Okay,
yours.
good, all right.
Do you want us to come a little earlier?
Sure. Degree?
Help out, or?
Oh.
Sure.
Well, fortunately, we catered by the building,
Mhm.
the pub, so it'll be all handled.
You don't want Counselor Exner chopping it up.
Yeah.
We learned that.
We learned that,
We
yeah.
learned that.
Yeah, maybe
You
next
do a
time we
very
can
good
do a
job.
potluck.
I appreciate it.
Jordan,
Hand that off.
did we rent out the whole facility for them?
They have a portion of their building that is for events.
Where though?
In
Because
the
I was
back
just there
section.
today and they took that wall out.
Well, maybe they're gonna put it
Yeah,
back
I don't
in.
know where that wall is either.
They're
People keep
notified.
talking about it.
It
It's
used
not
to
there
be
anymore.
like
It isn't there anymore.
I didn't think so.
No, they took it out.
The side of their building, I don't know what side that is.
The
So
outside?
So
Yeah, there you go.
realistically, you guys,
Outside.
historically speaking, we have not had great turnout.
No, but I'm
for
just
City of
saying,
Sandy
like, there,
hosted.
it would be pretty disruptive for there to be other people in this room.
But we're bringing the bus.
We'll just
We'll
track our
follow up with them. We'll
RSVPs.
we'll make sure we.
So we
we'll
usually
take
don't
it
have that
off
many
the
people show up.
Or that red
But we
bus.
haven't had
Good point,
Stan
though.
as mayor.
Shopper.
Yeah, there used to be that whole divided room.
Yeah.
That's not
He
there.
attracts all sorts of riffraff.
Yeah.
Maybe
that's
it's in the
right.
closed.
Should have sent the shuttle to Happy Valley to pick them up.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
And it's,
So
you know,
the
I don't know
trouble-
if the council wants to go into this, but part of my Friday report, I sent around a cost estimates on the community campus.
Yeah.
This is more of like for your information as you're, you know, working on your plan and considering the different options. We'll hear a report on our community survey progress on that side of things. But we did have offices, you know, run some cost estimates. These are very high level, but again, just give us more information about what, you know, different options might be at the campus in terms of, you know, renovating the existing pool and how that compares to just building a brand new one that, you know, is pretty similar to that pool. What the costs are to add the ADA improvements to the gym so that we can open up the gym in the interim period of time for, you know, basketball and other events. And then another concept was we have an asset there that has some life that left in it just because of the way it was constructed. That's the annex building or the building on the back side of middle school that was added, I think in the 80s. It's very structurally sound. Is there something that we could do with that building to, you know, in terms of meeting rooms and public offices, city offices, the community center or the senior center? And so, you know, again, high level cost estimate for what that would take. So that was in the packet. I know there had been questions about like interim uses at the gym. You know, unfortunately, to make those ADA improvements, if you've ever gone through that gym, there's scary stairs everywhere and, you know, no ramps to actually get in the building. And so there's some minimal things that we need to do just to get better access. My recommendation is before we pull the trigger on any of that is to get a more clear picture of what the long term will be for the campus. I don't want to see the city go into a position of making substantial, you know, cost improvements to a building that may be torn down, you know, over the horizon. But if it's looking at, you know, more of a interim that could be longer than just a year or two, maybe it is worth it at that point. If we're able to have functions and leagues and that sort of thing going for 5 years, then I'd say it makes sense. Because these cost estimates are so high level, we don't really know until you get into it, you know, what it really takes to, you know, pour that concrete for the ramps and, you know, what kind of elevator you have to, you know, put in there to get down to the gym floor and things like that. But it's your call. It's worth pursuing or not.
I'll let you, well, yeah, I'll let you start because, I mean, I know you're passionate about it.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I went and visited the gym again just this last week. That elevator goes to every level. I don't know what kind of ADA we're talking about unless it's the bathrooms or, I can't believe we're scared of the stairs because the stairs have been there for, I don't know how long that place has been in place with all those kids running up and down there. To me, if we could have analyzed to see how long the council wants to make this gym happen until we decide if we want to tear it down or someplace in the future, man, it seems to me like we're putting an awful lot of stuff into getting ready and making this building ready when it really looks like it's, in my mind, and I haven't seen your report yet, it looks like it's ready. Or within a few $10,000-15,000 worth of investments to make it right. And again, I don't know about the bathrooms and such, but that elevator looks like it worked.
Yeah, we use
And it
the
goes to every level.
Yeah, so part of the issue is whether the whole building is opened up and, you know.
Okay.
And whether we put in more security doors and that sort of thing to just have the gym open and the rest of the building closed off, right? And then the other is, yeah, there is ramps that we need to put in just to get into the building, cause right now there's not access into the actual building, that doesn't have stairs or too steep of a ramp to actually get into the actual gym. So once you get in, then you can get to it.
In the back of the gym.
Oh, in the back of it?
The back of the gym, it goes right into that stage area. There's a level ramp right up to the pavement.
There's still, from the parking area though, you still have to get down into.
I suppose.
Yeah, so that.
I don't wanna get an argument about that
But if
part.
the council direction is to, you know, continue to move forward with like some architectural drawings and better cost estimates and get a bid or something to see what this work would take. You know, the other thing, it's kinda like the peeling the onion thing with these older buildings too. We cut off the heat to the building, so then,
Sure.
you know,
Yeah.
do we wanna look at doing any sort of mechanical system, you know, fixes to make the building more comfortable, you know? So see if we have tenants in there, it'll become more of an issue, or we get calls about maintenance issues and things like that, but again, like, you know, if we wanna.
I'm just thinking that we have a facility here that I think our citizens would use in a New York minute or a Sandy 15-second, whatever that is. I think that for us to open up the gym would be a very beneficial thing for the community to see that we are looking for ways to get people to use this community center we spent $3 million on, and we haven't had really, other than the pool for a short period of time, a chance to use that. And I think we ought to find a way. I think as a council, let's find a way.
Just rough math, I know you have some comments down here, just to preference it like this. Let's say it is just let's say it's $63,000, and we only have it for 2 years. Okay, that's I got 2,625 out of that. Let's round up to 3,000 a month. Just, you know, going through that decision-making process, right? Would you want to pay $3,000 a month to provide a open gym to our community? I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing. Just that's the cost of doing business. Yeah, I mean, what do we think?
So I brought this up a year ago, and because I sat there with our kids going to basketball and not finding a place to go play, our own kids here in our community. And you know, I hear the change of use, and I know the ADA, and I know that, but I'm going to state it anyways, is the fact that this is a shame, because the building's been there for 40 years. The use of the gym has not changed. They've still been playing basketball in there, and they've been doing all that, all the way up until we took over the building, is what that. Staff shut it down and stopped letting them play basketball in there, okay? So that's changed that. That is not the fault of all those 6th graders and 5th graders and 4th graders that have been going there to play basketball, where there is not enough space out there. And this is a gymnasium. Going to Furwood and having to be up there, or any other school, till 8, 9 o'clock when you are a 5th grader or a 6th grader is a really late time. As we know, with kids that age right now, they need to be in bed sleeping because they need that rest as they grow.
And we need it.
And then, yeah, we need some time without the kids. But when our own basketball leagues have to go to Estacada to find gym time to even practice and wait in line in Estacada, because we do not have it, but yet we own the building which we were practicing up until that time, just because of something that it's usable today, not tomorrow, and that is just a shame. When the building had the same basketball hoops in it, the same floor, same everything in it. And so I know we can discuss the merits of that closure, but I still think it's a shame for it, and it's a shame to our kids in our community, inside and outside the city limits of that, to use that court, whether it's for a year or whether it's for 5 years.
We have a court sitting there.
We have a court sitting there, and then to be used not only after school, but during the school hours by some of the other communities. I know that there's a big pickleball people wanting to use it for pickleball all the time in an open rec in that aspect from community center. I've heard it many, many times. It's just one example. So that's my point. I don't even know, we do have a working elevator. There is access from behind coming in without having to go up any type of
That's
ramps
true.
or
That's
stairs
right.
or any of that formation there. And so anyways, my 2 cents.
So, I would be in favor of this if it pays for itself. So, because, we voted to close the pool because it's costing the city money. So I personally can't justify the city paying for this if it can't subsidize and pay for itself.
Significantly less money though.
I get that, but that's not, it doesn't matter. You can't say, well, we're not gonna operate this because it's costing us money, but we'll operate this, it's still costing us money. So, in my mind, if it pays for itself, I'm fine with it. But
There is, there's some operating costs that will come along with it, who's gonna monitor the building, especially if the entire school is opened up. And
Insurance.
I don't wear the risk management hat that often, honestly, I just don't care that much, but there is that part of me that the building is not in great shape.
It's after
And it's a
9.
sizable, it's a middle school where if we're not monitoring it, you have people in there, and the lights don't, besides the gym, the rest of the lights don't turn on.
I get
don't
it.
know if it has working plumbing anymore. So there's these things that, but I'm happy to take direction to look further into it and sharpen our pencils to see what it actually will cost. It's gonna be more than what we probably think, just because we're gonna start having, we need to have somebody there that's, at all the events and at all the games, just monitor, make sure it's locked up at night. We're gonna have to clean it, it was kinda left a mess in there. There's some just, maintenance stuff that we'll need to do to reopen it.
Those are the same costs that they're paying Furwood up there and then paying Sarah to be up there as well. Where she monitors that at Furwood. It's just like an example. My kids are up there and I see Sarah up there all the time. It's the same thing. But we did spend quite a bit more money than that with urban renewal money to put paint on the walls and spruce up the bathrooms in the pool there
Before we closed
with
it.
urban renewal money. This is not this similar, but anyway.
I hear you.
Councilor Lee.
Yeah, I concur with Councilor Smallwood that I think that to put a large investment in that, knowing that we're going to do something else, probably isn't a wise use of money unless we have a way to recoup it. Because I think the ADA costs are going to be larger than that anyway.
I would, I'm not in the boat of making it payable. I think for $50,000, $60,000 for 2 or 3 years is an acceptable price for our youth to use something that just sits there, and as we sit here today, I'm aware of how things fall apart. They're not looked at, watched over, maintained, repainted, refixed, whatever it takes, because windows break when nobody's in it, pipes freeze over, whatever else that might happen if you're not in a building. So the longer we wait in that building, the more things are gonna be wrong with it. We don't even know if the bathrooms work or not. One other thing to know, I am going on a ride-along with Terry Gift on Thursday, and one of the places I intend to have a visit with him is through the gym, see what we have in there. I think he is the one that identified the ADA issues.
I
and
think it was
such.
Opsis actually from
Yeah,
the
it
middle.
was
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, I
Yeah.
thought it was, because he's the one that's.
No, he was the one at the
He
very
did initially,
beginning that
but
shut it down.
Yeah.
Opsis in the study identified.
But it was before the opposite even.
Well, I would like to, is there a chance of getting to look at that?
Happy, I got the
Plan?
keys, I can
Okay.
give you the keys.
Okay.
You want us to close the public hearing, go back to your city manager report? Now that we've opened the pool, and the gym back up.
Let's keep going.
Reconvene the budget committee.
Anything else, Jordan?
We can, I think in the council reports, we have the community survey, and, I can have one of the councilors
Yeah.
take the lead if you like on our conversation today, so.
Do you want us to give you feedback on the survey, just send you an email?
Well, the survey is, let us go through it with you, because this is the one that we went through this morning, and we've made tweaks to it.
Oh.
So, during my report, I'll try to give go through it and then talk about the tweaks, and if I miss anything, why don't you guys jump in and we'll go, does that
Yep,
work?
that works.
All right, that it? All right, Counselor Schultz.
All right, my first LOC conference last week, and went into it not knowing what to expect, and I ended up learning a lot from it. The biggest thing I took away from it was the networking with other cities. It's kind of refreshing to be able to talk with people that are in similar situation as us and bounce ideas off each other, what you're doing, what we're doing, and what's working, and so that was actually really helpful. One thing, I'm not going to go into detail about anything, is a lot of information over a short period of time, but one thing that stood out was anytime anyone saw that I was from Sandy, they had a comment like, oh my goodness, we love this about Sandy, we love this restaurant, we love this business, and it was all like everyone got very excited to talk to me about Sandy, and it makes you feel very proud to be representing a city that is so recognizable and loved by so many people around our state. And I came home with some good information about some practical stuff like shade structures we've looked into. I dropped off on Jordan's desk this morning.
You've reviewed those already, right, Jordan?
Yeah, he should be implementing them tomorrow. So that was nice. And I think that's probably about all I want to say.
Awesome, thank you. Counselor Exner.
A couple things. One is the Art Commission is currently, some outside volunteers and some art commissioners are working currently on that mural that was on the front of the City Hall. They all tore it down. It's now over back behind the haunt, and you got to walk through quite a bit. That's how I got to look at the haunt this past week, was I went over to look to see what the mural was and progress on it, and they're trying to put it together. There's rotten pieces that are falling off the edges, and it's quite a process that they're going through. So that's kind of cool to see that going on and happening in the background there. Mike, I think it is, I know we're paving or sealing, I guess would be the story, of several of our roads that are still about to be resealed some more. Is that right? Where we are with the...
I think there was one street they didn't get, and they're gone. It's done for the year. The temperatures aren't there, the dry weather's not there, and they're in Arizona or someplace where it's sunny and warm.
I see some of the road, the one next to the post office is not painted or anything like that. And
They have to come back and do the striping and the sweeping. I haven't gotten a schedule from them.
Okay.
They're supposed to sweep within 7 days after the last street was sealed, and I believe that's today.
Oh, great.
So, I'll keep on to make sure
Okay.
we get out here in 7 days, and then painting, we're just looking for some dry weather.
So, kudos for getting the road stuff done. I'll give you a 1-2 punch here. As you go from Highway 26 and you make that turn down into the post office grade on Wolf, is there any way of getting that first set of bumps right in there fixed, smoothed out some? I was watching a little, I don't know, Eco or something like that. It's lower than I was with my Mercedes, and they were just bouncing like a ping pong ball going across there. And there's a set of bumps that just seem to be unrepairable, or is it? Can we smooth those out? I suppose next time.
Some of that's in the LDOT right of way.
The Mercedes bumps.
My Mercedes is pretty low.
Which bumps? We'll see what we can work out with LDOT.
Yeah, but it's been there for a long time, and I thought for sure we'd take care of it with this.
Yeah, that ceiling doesn't really deal a lot with road imperfections or issues like that. It's more just can we seal it from the weather.
Counselor Exner's luxury vehicle.
It was lower than my car.
Yeah,
I saw
my
it.
Ferrari was having a tough time with its bumps as well too. I took the Maserati out after that. It was a little smoother ride.
And I want to finish up. This is a good positive thing here. The high school water polo team is making a moneymaker right now by selling meats in boxes from our meat store right here in town. And
Timberline?
they're selling boxes of meats for
Yeah.
the Maymakers.
Timberland.
And, really a great price, and I'm gonna buy some. If you have a chance to do that, you wanna support our water polo team, I think that would be a great thing.
They've had a rough year. One is for us.
Yeah. Well,
And then the other is they're having an issue with the bubble, is what you call it, the dome over the pool at Mount Hood Community College. So they may be outdoor water polo players.
They need
this year.
something.
Yeah.
I suspect that Mount Hood Community College could do some help there. I know they got lots of money.
You guys need to support your pool.
Yeah,
Oh, so much
money.
more. And that's it, that's all I have.
Counselor Lee.
Can you follow that?
Kudos.
Okay.
Kudos
Well,
to Carl.
I don't have anything quite that exciting. I went to the county budget committee meeting last week. We're meeting every month now, looking at a deficit coming up in the next couple years. And the bad news is that they're looking at maybe doing a GO bond for 95 million next November, when we would have our special district online.
Of course they are. Of course they are.
So the state has given them 95 million, or has pledged that to them, and they have to raise 95 million to match it for the county courthouse. So they haven't voted on it yet, but many of the commissioners really wanted to put the GO bond out, and were willing to sell it even if it interfered with the election. The
This is
other
in November that we're gonna go with our.
November 2020 is when they would go with the GO bond, if they go. And they look like they may go.
They're full-fledged, huh? I think they're in drive on that. They're
Yeah,
gonna do it.
right,
Okay.
it's
Yeah.
really important.
Yeah.
The other thing is on Oregon's 100-year Future Water Program. We had a meeting with the executive directors of several of the associations, like League of Oregon Cities, the Wastewater People, Special Districts, etc. And we're preparing a survey that will go out to all of our members, so all of us will get that from League of Oregon Cities. And the idea of it is to look at planning infrastructure for the future, as well as meeting climate change needs. So that should be out between November 6th and 30th. That's all I have.
Great, thanks. Counselor Hamlin.
I will pass, nothing to report.
All right, Counselor Smollett.
First, I would like to thank the mayor for announcing that we were gonna have a short meeting tonight.
Yeah.
during our work
Yeah,
session.
Look at the time, man.
I'll never make that mistake again.
I attended Coffee with the Cop on Wednesday, and up here at the library, and it's a national event. I think it was well visited. It looked like you guys had a great turnout.
People stopped by.
Yep.
It was lovely.
So it was, and it was well attended, so thank you very much
Thanks for coming.
for hosting that. And then just a really quick question, Mike, sorry to put you on the spot. Has there been any talk of a light potentially going in at 211 into Barco? We've seen a lot of major accidents there.
We have
So-
money
The problem is,
for a
can
light.
you even see the light coming the other direction?
I'm just asking if.
Yeah, no.
No, I'm not talking about up here, I'm talking about at 211 into Barco, so.
Yeah, even when they did that improvement a
Down
couple
there,
years ago.
yeah, with the crossing is too.
The traffic signal did not make the list of alternatives.
But we do have money in the bank from the developer Barlow Ridge, though. Is that?
We've seen some really bad accidents.
Yeah, there is. I remember talking about it. There is money for a light there when it became warranted. So it's in the bank that they put in.
Okay. So, yeah, I was just curious, cause, yeah, it's, we've seen a huge influx in some really significant accidents there here of late, so.
You think they're increasing? Cause they just fixed that. Was it 5 years ago, something like that? All those
It's not
white
been-
lines in there.
It's not
and
been that long
everything?
ago. It hasn't been 5 years.
It was not.
Well,
So.
it's been a few.
That's what they told me.
4
It was
years
fixed.
ago. Well, it'd be interesting to see what ODOT, because they keep track of accidents and those type of things, and it ranked up there as one of the top ones in the past, and that's why they put the money forward to do the changes they did at the time.
That's why I was just asking if you heard
So-
anything. It was
I think they'd be-
truly just a question.
It'd be sad to find out that they spent $4 million there, and it didn't bump it out of the top 10 sites in the state.
Well, population has increased in the metro area.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway.
Sad is not the word.
Councilor Peatsville.
All right. Well, I as well went to League of Oregon Cities there and enjoyed the time learning about some other things as well, and doing a few tours in Bend and Redmond. One of the things that was brought to mind, I didn't know why I didn't think about this before, is would really like to attract a bottle drop in Sandy. If you're familiar with that, you have to go all the way to Gresham to do that. Or in Trudell, and nothing in this area. And so I was talking not to them, but to the garbage recycling membership of Oregon that was there, saying that they have lots of money. They're one agency that does have a lot of money to put in, and they just need help with citing those things, and we should reach out to them. So I thought bring that back to reach out to them as a livability, so we aren't having to drive all the way into Gresham to recycle those cans, or other agencies like youth groups or the Ant Farm or whatever are taking those back all the way in there. In talking with them, they also thought, because we're a regional hub with Welch's and Estacada and all those things, but another thing that Sandy could use instead of, fighting for the one working recycling thing in Fred Meyer's or whatever, or Safeway, because they get jammed up a lot. Went and visited the Madras pool on the way back, and that I know Carl and Stan did. I don't know if you guys were able to see it. It was quite amazing for the dollar amount that they paid for a brand new pool up there.
Checked a lot of boxes.
Yeah, I checked a lot of boxes, and it was an infinity pool over the ridge overlooking it. It was, quite amazing. It had a slide, and you.
I've heard it's impressive.
Yeah, it's definitely to go check it out. Definitely something to think about when building our or do whatever we do with our community campus, for sure. We also went to Redmond and talked about their pool, their program with their district, and learned a lot of insight there. Some do's and don'ts about that, as well as some of the bypass and economic development aspects in downtown. We also visited the Hope Playground, which is a great little playground in a park that if you've never seen it, it's hard to describe it unless you go and see this park that they have for younger kids there, that I think that whatever we do with our community campus or some other thing, that we could be building something similar to that type of thing in those parks that we are putting up, instead of having some little top parks that have the same thing over and over. We went on a tour, Councilor Schultz and I went on a tour to in Redmond there, the shared workspace, and I've talked about this before, about shared workspaces. Our community does a lot of remote work from Portland and different jobs that people can't necessarily work from inside their homes all the time to bring clients to, or businesses, and so we are on that perfect area, especially with SandyNet and everything, having that high-speed internet, but yet not having a place outside your home to have that little office space to collaborate with, to kind of grow up your businesses. You can try to attract those businesses, very hard to do, but those businesses that are already in our communities that need to expand a little bit farther end up doing that. They come into that kind of incubator, co-op shared space area, and then as they grow, kind of expand around in the community that they grew up in, and not just go off to some other city for that. There's an opening on the Arts Commission, is that correct? We've been emailing me back and forth.
Yes.
And so we need to get that website updated, and no, there isn't?
It's not official.
Okay, I was told it was official.
No, she's written a letter to the mayor.
How many letters does she
The
have to
one
do?
individual that wrote a letter was a reluctant resignation based on a conversation with the chair of that. So I reached out to the chair of the commission to find out exactly what circumstances that reluctant resignation letter was provided to you under.
Okay. All right.
Well, she's not attended,
Okay.
according to rules and all the rest.
Let's follow.
All right, well, let's have some follow-up. I know that there are other people that have reached out or that are in that arts community that are very talented and willing to provide their time. We'd love to apply. So be good to know whether or not those are or aren't, because we're advertising and sharing that out there to get them, because I've heard there is possibly even more openings. So we talked about the gym use already. On the corner of Bluff, Mike, and Hood Street, when Zayo came through with all the undergrounding and bringing those 4-inch conduits through, they tore up areas of the sidewalk in places. Well, they tore up that area, and I was running down there. I had to get my running story in. Running down there, and on the corner, it's still not been repaved with concrete. It is asphalt still, it needs to be.
Yeah, it's on their punch list, so we just need to remind them.
Okay.
In front of my house.
So the punch list, that should have been taken care of a long time ago, because they've moved in and
Way to
out,
go.
like.
Yes.
Thank you,
I
Dave.
think that's the last remaining.
No.
No, we want him to go.
He starts
Oh,
yeah.
He's on the
You're by
clock.
the hour.
Yeah.
He starts charging by the minute after 10 o'clock.
It's like, he's got 7 minutes.
We'll remind him.
Okay, yeah, because I don't want it to be missed, and it's so easy to overlook some of those things when you just don't, so many street corners, and unless you're walking on them or whatever, that still needs to be fixed. Also, right in front of the AMPM, as you're coming out of now shared with the Tractor Supply, there is several potholes right there that have grown and are only going to get bigger as more and more people are visiting that area, right in the street itself.
On Champion?
Yeah, right across from the Forest Service, in between the Forest Service and the AMPM driveway. Right there. So it's been there before. But they're growing, and with the freeze or whatever, they're going to be pretty big potholes. So, anyways, that's all I have.
You gonna talk about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
About this?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna pass around some cards for everybody to sign. I think Councilor Exner will fill them out. Basically, it's just for people that helped us out with food and drinks, everything for the suite, as well as probably for Redmond that we went and toured and everything else. So please sign as we hand
Thank
this
you
around.
guys for putting that together. It was really enjoyable and interesting. People came to visit.
Yeah, and interesting sous chef over there to my left.
About cutting up the
Yeah.
Not skilled in cutting, I can tell.
All right, real quick. So C4, we had a conversation about some of the funding that's coming from the vehicle registration fees and where that's going to go. Not being the silent type, I tended to remind everybody at our retreat that was supposed to go towards rural communities. It ended up being a pretty good battle royale between rural and urban. We succeeded. So I think a lot of funds are going to be coming to some of the more rural communities. But probably more importantly, I think, is we're kind of starting a rural meeting once a month to really kind of get an agenda together and stuff that we're going to try to kind of push forward. So one of the items I was wanting to bring up to them, I like people to start thinking about, is some kind of group transportation project. Can't be crazy, but something that could really appeal to Sandy, Estacada, Malala, Canby, some of the, I don't know, anything that we can kind of get there, okay? Sandy Mountain Festival, there's some parade route kind of things going on there that we're going to continue kind of down the exact same that we've been traditionally doing, which we're all very excited about. And then I just wrote a bunch of notes. Oh, I went to a Sandy area free dental clinic on Saturday. And I just wanted to kind of point out some of the good work the Sandy 7-Day Adventist Church is doing. So they do this once a year, but they also work with Sandy Connect, who also does it once a year. Together, they offer to our residents every 6 months dental care. And so when you walk through that facility and you see just everything from the diversity in age, all the way from children, my kids' age, to seniors, to just all kinds of backgrounds in the room, it really, our vote tonight to raise these rates, it really brings it home. I mean, there are people in this community that are really going to feel it. So I know that a lot of us that was a hard vote tonight, And we can't just vote and then put that in the past. We gotta work relentlessly to go and try to find this funding, so that we can offset future rate increases and everything else. So it's just very important. And with that, I just want to say League of Oregon Cities, great weekend. I came away from that. One is, it's amazing how many meetings there were on wastewater on that final day. Everything from what to do with your rates, to infrastructure, applying for it, to the sweet home story. I mean, there were so many, 4 or 5 different ones. Just goes to show that we really got to run our utilities like a business. And business means going and finding new revenue and continually finding new revenue and doing strategic budgeting and all those things. So we need to do that all the way across the board. And the final thing I really took was, my excitement that I took was I want to invest heavily in Pleasant Street. And that whole Pleasant Street experience goes right hand in hand with what we're trying to do with the Sandy Community Campus. And I think there are some things we can do real quickly, working with some existing property owners there, mixed with some urban renewal investments on that street to really get it kick-started and going. And with that, so I'm not going to go all the way through this survey. The survey in front of you today was what we as a committee went through this morning. There's been the question, it's pretty much intact. There's some enhancements and some differences in the way we ask questions. They are tasked with getting Jordan an update to this survey tomorrow sometime. So Jordan, if you wouldn't mind sending this around to council, and then everybody can provide their individual feedback. The only thing I'd say is, as you can tell everybody, this is a 2-page survey, and we're trying to accomplish a lot on this 2 pages. The real takeaway is does our community want a pool? If so, what do they want to see in that pool? Do they want it rec district with parks and recreation? If so, what kinds of things do they want to see in a parks and rec, and do they want those 2 things united or not, right? And so we try to get to those core questions in this.
There'll be a follow-up phone survey as well.
Yeah,
So this is not the end, so don't get too wrapped up. If some of your questions aren't answered by this survey, because they are gonna.
And just so everyone else is aware, we hashed this out with our consultants for about 4 hours total, so there's been a lot of back and forth on what happened here.
The district, on question number 7, we get into district boundaries a little bit, and it gets into, we kind of ditched the question altogether. One is because we didn't feel like we were going to get a lot out of it, because City of Sandy can't afford these teams. It's not really an option. It's going to have to be a boundary. So that wasn't really going to move us in a direction towards a decision. But I point to that question being that we've done a lot of focus on the Oregon Trail School District kind of as being the district boundary, but there is going to be some outreach done to Estacada. I'm going to reach out to their mayor. They're going to give us some figures of what it would cost to extend this survey to Estacada and see if maybe they might be interested in partnering with us to just get some survey results. Because I know a lot of us from the league and some of our interactions with that community was hearing, wow, a lot of us like to use your pool, aquatic facilities, parks, recreation, and all that. So.
Yeah.
How are we going to figure out, though, if we can go to outside the city? I don't want to go into all the details of it, but it just seems to me that that's just still a big unknown.
So
it's a big question mark, too.
What do you mean?
Advantages for it.
Define the question. I don't know.
So to me, do we go outside the city boundary or not?
We're gonna find that out in the survey.
And are you gonna send it to people outside the city?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is going. So the survey is targeted towards registered household homes with a registered voter residing inside of them in the Oregon Trail School District.
2,000 to residents of the city, and then 2,000 will go outside to the district. So.
How do you know where they're responding from outside the district?
They actually, they have a code.
There's gonna be a code
there's a little
attached to it?
code. So
Okay.
this is the kind of the draft that they gave us, and they'll have a little code here. And if they fill it out online, they type their code in. When they fill it out, when they mail it in, their code's on there, so they'll know who's sending it back.
Okay. So it's pointed to an address.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so the hope is so we do this. This is going to tell us the what, or at least give us some guidance towards the what that will then help guide what our phone survey ends up being. Because to a point that Jordan made, I think a few meetings back, is this is kind of tough because we haven't defined the what yet. So this is, we've had two-phase process, okay?
Okay, good, good.
Okay. Only thing left is there's a free luncheon coming up for, do we have any veterans? I know we have a first responder. Join us Saturday, November 9th, 11:45 a.m. A tribute to our veterans and first responders. Free luncheon. Fellowship Hall, Seventh-day Adventists. November 9th, 11:45 a.m. With that, close the meeting.
No short meeting.
Dig that little bit in there.